landed and he will be taken out soon from this very place. The movement had intensified. The Delhi police security outside the Palam Technical Airport, and as every journalist wants to see that one glimpse of Tahawwur Rana on the Indian soil, because the movement that all were waiting for, the survivors were waiting for Tahawwur Hussain Rana to come back to India, and the entire process that took almost 16 years have finally come to light. Now we can confirm to our viewers on NDTV that the charter flight that Indian government has taken off from the United States had finally landed in India, in Delhi, and now the formalities will begin. The paperwork will begin as far as the formalities inside the airport is concerned. The NIA will take the custody. He is already in the hands of the Indian government, but officially the NIA will have to take the custody, and the entire stretch from Palam Technical Airport to the NIA headquarters, there will be a smooth passage for him, as multi-level security arrangements are being made for this convoy to move from here. There has been security deployments on different points from this area to the NIA headquarters. There would be multiple cars along with that bulletproof car in which Tahawwur Hussain Rana will be taken alongside with the senior officials, where the NIA officials along with the Delhi police officials and other key agencies would be, and ambulances are also on standby. But the agencies, as I mentioned, want to make it as smooth as possible for him to be taken from the Palam Technical Airport to the NIA headquarters. Let me again show you the quick glimpse of the Palam Technical Airport. The entire road would be also barricaded, as we have seen at multiple times when such a convoy passes from the Palam Technical Airport, which is a very, very restrictive zone, a high security airport where prime ministers and likes of defense ministers, airplanes arrives, and this is a place which had been chosen as far as this charter plane, which has taken Tahawwur Hussain Rana from the United States to India, and from here the entire convoy will pass. It will take almost half an hour or so, I believe, because the plane has just landed and the formalities need to be done.
Yes.
Whether the medical would be happening inside the airport only, because we saw several teams of doctors also went inside, but most probably that will happen at the NIA headquarters. It depends on the agencies, but they want to make it very smooth, and therefore the reason perhaps I believe 15 to 20 minutes or 30 minutes we'll see Tahawwur Hussain Rana coming out from the Palam Technical Airport.
And the processes, Ankit, will kick off right now, because the NIA has had Tahawwur Hussain Rana's custody since yesterday in the United States, in Chicago, in fact, where he was picked up. So the custody aspect is there, but now, he's taken into custody on Indian soil. There will, of course, have to be a mandatory medical check, the court premises where he needs to be produced as well. So all of those things will kick in to process now like clockwork.
And everything has been prepared. All the preparations have been done for all these processes to be taken very, very quickly. And to our viewers, what you were seeing, a little bit of glitch when Aishwarya was speaking, that also is a confirmation, because it's a high-value target. There will be jammers which have been kicked in at this moment till the time he's not out of that technical area at the airport and at the NIA headquarters. So no, in fact, nothing is being left to chance. There have been massive preparations which have been done at this moment. Anushka, my colleague, is also at this moment with us. Let's go across to her. Anushka, you are also just near the Palam airport now. Anytime he will be outside, they will be barricading, of course, closure of the road so that a passage could be maintained with Tahawwur Rana in custody of the NIA towards the headquarters.
That's right. We are showing you the visuals from Palam Technical. In a few while from now, Tahawwur Rana will be arrested by the NIA as soon as he steps foot on the Indian soil. After that, what we are also learning from our sources is that he may be taken to the Patiala High House Courts for the custody. The NIA is going to ask for his remand. Let me get you some visuals also. This is the Patiala High House Court roads, and we are showing you the current visuals from here. This whole road will be cordon off. A security route will be set up by the Delhi police, and also Delhi police special cell will be in fact accompanying the whole convoy that will be coming outside in a short while from now. He has landed just 10 minutes back at this particular airport. This is Palam Technical Airport. This airport is generally used for VVIP people, but what we are also getting to see is that he is a very high profile terrorist, and that is why he is in fact now being brought to Indian soil. The NIA will first be making a legal arrest. After that, they will be taking him to the Patiala House Court. After that, in fact, he will be in fact going to the NIA headquarters, where the medical checkup will be done. His MLC will be taken from there. Let me once again get you the visuals from here. Any moment from now, Tahawwur Rana is set to come out of this Palam Technical Airport. This is the exit from where we are standing and getting you the visuals. We have been reporting from here since the morning. Now, Delhi police SWAT team has been deployed for the security of the NIA headquarters as well.
Yes.
The metro gates have been closed. Also, the stadium gates have been closed. In the wake of him, Tahawwur Rana, in fact, arriving here, the Delhi police, CRPF, everyone is in fact going to be here. Tahawwur Rana will be in fact being taken to there will be a multi-layered security for him. The SWAT commando team had reached here early in the morning, and we are also seeing that amid heavy security layers, he will be taken from here. There is a marksman car that has been standing here. It is generally used for high-profile terrorists for their in fact movement. But also we are seeing that because Tahawwur Rana is a wanted terrorist, and after 17 long years he is going to be coming to India, and that is why this kind of a security detail has been maintained. Now remember, the US judiciary had also in fact given guidelines to the multi-agency that from India that had in fact went to extradite Tahawwur Rana, and that is how in fact he will be coming here in a short while. His flight has landed just 15 minutes back.
All security arrangements have been made, as Anushka was just telling us. Stay with us, Anushka and Aishwarya, because Ankit, right now is that tantalizing moment, when everyone's going to be waiting for that first image of Tahawwur Hussain Rana. Is it going to pass by in a whiz, as he goes by in that car, probably with tinted glass, or are we going to be able to actually see him? Because remember, we've got to remember the power of a picture on a day like this. A man of Pakistani origin who plotted this entire massacre in Mumbai 16 years ago has spent the last 16 years hiding in the United States, facing whatever justice they threw at him there, is back in what is effectively Tahawwur Hussain Rana's worst nightmare. This is his enemy country, as it were, and he's here on our soil to face justice. It's a powerful moment, Ankit.
And let's not forget that this man has, in some capacity, has served in the Pakistani army also at one point of time. So for him to be in India facing justice, this will send across a very powerful message, not just for people in Mumbai, for people of this country, those who suffered at the hands of the terrorists, but also to his handlers back in Pakistan. Some visuals there, some movement, in fact, which is taking place. Everything would be very closely watched with hundreds of the cameras outside the Palam Technical area. Shiv, but very quickly, what does this mean today? And I've been just wondering if somebody, if one of those plotters in Pakistan, if they are sitting there today, what would be that, that they would be thinking that, of course, India has not given up the pursuit of justice as far as these terrorists are concerned.
Tahawwur Hussain Rana, Ankit, has managed to evade Indian law for 16 years. There are so many pieces of the 2611 puzzle that can be clarified by this man on our screen. This is an image, of course, of him in the United States before, his Bure Din arrived. But now they really have arrived, because here it's going to be very different. The Indian judicial system, the Indian law system is going to wring him out to dry and try and weaponize the 2611 case. The NIA has his custody. Those processes are going to kick into effect. But to answer your question, Ankit, I'm actually wondering what's going on in his mind, because his run has come to an end. He's now on what is effectively enemy territory for him. It couldn't get worse than this in the winter of his life, because we understand that he has certain illnesses as well. But be that as it may, he is going to have to face the full brunt of Indian law. And remember, India has got nothing to prove in that sense. India has shown that its justice system, could put someone like an Ajmal Amir Kasab, a terrorist caught in the act, through a system in a fair and graceful manner. So Tahawwur Hussain Rana is going to pretty much get the same kind of treatment, except that I imagine it's going to be much swifter given the huge amount of pressure and all the lessons that have also been learned. Sunil Prabhu is with us at the NIA. Sunil, the aircraft is landed, custody has been taken. Those initial formalities probably being conducted at the Palam Technical area. Unlikely that the vehicles are going to leave from that big public front-facing gate, but they will be headed towards where you are and then to a Delhi court next. That's what's going to happen next, Sunil.
That's what we are expecting, and that is why all roads to the NIA headquarters have been sealed. And actually, Delhi police has been doing this right from this morning. So we will wait for his arrival. Of course, there will be a medical examination. He's also taken a long flight, and then they will produce him before the court. Whether this will be done through in-camera, there is a provision as per law to do it through in-camera and get that remand as is required per law. So hopefully that should be done in the next couple of hours. They will, of course, have to formally arrest him and charge him and then notify him as per the new Criminal Law Amendment Act as well as the NIA Act, and then accordingly they will follow the set procedures. The Special Public Prosecutor, Mr. Narendra Maan, will be assisting the NIA when they formally move the court for his judicial as well as police custody. I think first they will seek for a police custody for the interrogation, and then subsequently a judicial custody where a special cell in Tihar has been made for him to be monitored 24/7, not only through CCTVs, but every movement, including
Sunil, can I request you to stay on with us? We are getting some breaking news at this moment. This is the first official word coming in from the National Investigation Agency, the agency which is handling this entire case of Tahawwur Rana. NIA said that NIA secures successful extradition of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana. The statement, in fact, reads that they have successfully secured the extradition of Tahawwur Rana, the mastermind of deadly 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, after years of sustained and concerted efforts to bring the key conspirator behind 2008 mayhem to justice.
Rana was being held. I'm continuing that statement. I want to read it out for our viewers verbatim. Rana was being held in judicial custody in the US pursuant to proceedings initiated under the India-US extradition treaty for his extradition. The extradition finally came through after Rana exhausted all legal avenues to stay the move. The district court for the Central District of California had ordered his extradition on the 16th of May 2023. Rana then filed multiple litigations in the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals, all of which were rejected. He subsequently filed a petition for a writ of certiorari, 2 habeas petitions, and an emergency application before the US Supreme Court, which were also denied. The extradition proceedings were initiated between the two countries after India eventually secured a surrender warrant for the wanted terrorist from the US government.
Well, the statement also reads, with the active assistance of United States Department of Justice, the US Sky Marshal, NIA, worked closely with the other Indian intelligence agencies, NSG, through the entire extradition process, which also saw India's Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Home Affairs coordinating the other relevant authorities in the United States to take the matter to its successful conclusion. Rana is accused of conspiring with David Coleman Headley at aliases Dawood Gilani and operatives of designated terrorist organization Lashkar-e-Toiba and Harkat-ul-Jihadi Islami, along with other Pakistani-based co-conspirators, to carry out the devastating terror attacks in Mumbai in 2008. A total of 166 people were killed and over 238 were injured in this attack. Both Lashkar-e-Toiba and Uji have been declared as terror organizations by the Government of India under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act 1967. This is the statement which has come in from the National Investigation Agency confirming officially Tahawwur Rana is in India and his role as far as the Mumbai terror attacks are concerned.
Detailed press statement by the National Investigation Agency. This is the primary and principal agency that has plucked Tahawwur Hussain Rana from the United States and hauled him back to India. They have his custody now and they will be processing him under the legal provisions that the Indian legal system has right now. It's very, very interesting because the extradition process, as detailed in this NIA statement, the first formal word from the government of India is that it has taken literally 16 years for that extradition to actually come to fruition. It's a sobering thought that it takes nearly 2 decades for something like this to actually bear fruit, but it is also a very telling commentary on the tenacity of continuing administrations. The UPA government before this government now, that have continued to focus and never give up in the attempt to bring Tahawwur Hussain Rana back. Sunil Prabhu continues to be with us at the NIA. Sunil, a special public prosecutor, Narendra Mann, was appointed a couple of days ago. We had put out that information. Now all the bells and whistles of the legal system will kick in. One remembers how things played out as far as Ajmal Amir Kasab was concerned. There may be some lessons from how things happened at that time. We've heard many voices, to be sure, among victims and families, hoping that things will be far swifter this time. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, the biggest challenge will be for the India's NIA as well as security agencies, the multi-agency probe, to break him, to be able to elicit information. He's a hardened terrorist and has been part of the ISI module for a very, very long time. He's worked with David Headley and various other key conspirators, the deep state of the Pakistan establishment, be it Pakistan government, Pakistan army, and whoever, the ISI. It's going to be the biggest challenge to break him and to be able to find out what exactly, who were the key conspirators, how did he act, where did he get the money from, how did he organize this, why did he set up this entire immigration place, how many times did he take David Headley and get facilitated to come to India, go to Pakistan, come back. It's only then that India realized that there was a blip in the system, which they finally, because on normal terms you would just recognize David Headley as an American citizen and not as a Pakistan national. And it's in that context that many of these questions will be a big challenge for the intelligence agencies to break him, to be able to find out. They will of course have to take him to the site, to Mumbai,
right,
to do that entire exercise before they go ahead with that charge sheet. But I think that's the biggest challenge for investigating agencies. Let's remember the NIA was created post 26/11. This is one of their biggest challenges, a test case for them to ensure after the extradition process has been completed, a very balanced statement has come from them, that they will now take it to its logical conclusion.
Absolutely. A lot of things will happen now. Of course, we'll keep reporting on the processes which take place after Tahawwur Rana, in fact, is brought out of that airport. But at this moment, the biggest story that we are tracking here on NDTV, Tahawwur Hussain Rana, 64-year-old Pakistani-Canadian national who was the key conspirator of the 26/11 attacks, is in India and all set to face the might of the Indian judicial system. We'll keep getting you the details, ladies and gentlemen, minute-by-minute update, all first and factual here on NDTV. We are stepping into a short break. Coming back, stay tuned.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
So we told you first, the terrorist is here. He's on Indian soil. He's in Indian hands. Ankit, last-minute paperwork being conducted right now on the ground at the Palam airport in Delhi. Aishwarya Jain is right out Palam here. The documentation is very important. We, after all, are not a tin pot country, Aishwarya. So, everything, all the boxes need to be ticked as far as process is concerned. And that's what's happening right now, even with a terrorist like Tahawwur.
Well, every box needs to be ticked as far as the security agencies are concerned, and that's what the agencies are currently doing. Tahawwur Hussain Rana had been successfully extradited from the United States. It was the first response from the NIA which has come in, and now he's all set to face the heat of the Indian legal system. There would be case that has already been registered at the NIA. Public prosecutor had been appointed, and at this point we can confirm to our viewers that currently the paperwork inside the Palam Technical Airport is going on, with NIA officials already reaching at the Palam Technical Airport with senior officials of the agency. Well, and anytime soon we can expect Tahawwur Hussain Rana to be taken out from the Palam Technical Airport, and most likely he would be taken to the NIA headquarters near Lodi Road. But certainly it is very important that the safe passage and as smooth as possible. Security agencies which are deployed at multiple areas, they want to pass that area, but heavy movement over here. The security deployment is tight. There's multi-level security. The squad team of the Delhi police has already gone inside, with paramilitary forces also being deployed for Tahawwur Hussain Rana. what I have seen since morning is multiple cars of course, the security agencies, but it was also the the ambulances and the cars that had been gone in. But 15. As I was mentioning, because the paperwork is something that the agencies want to complete before him taking out from the Palam Technical Airport.
Absolutely. All eyes, ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuning in at this moment, these two spots is what the entire nation is watching at this moment, that Palam Technical area, the airport from where Tahawwur Rana will be brought out, and the NIA headquarters. They are the spots where the entire nation at this moment is watching, because remember, 26/11 was just not, the carnage took place in Mumbai, but it's a scar for the entire country, and one of the key conspirators now is back on Indian soil in the hands of the Indian agencies. We are slipping into a short break. Updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
More news that matter. That's unmissable.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello everyone and welcome to the special broadcast. Tahawwur Hussain Rana, the chief conspirator in 26/11 terror attacks, has arrived in India, and there is a formal confirmation which has come in from the National Investigation Agency. In fact, the agency has put out a detailed press release where they are saying that on Thursday, that is today, they have managed successful extradition of Tahawwur Hussain Rana, the mastermind of the deadly 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, after years of sustained and concerted efforts to bring the key conspirator behind the 2008 mayhem to justice. And Nikunj, you would elaborate on that. It's 17 years of struggle, and here they are talking about the assistance which has been provided by the Department of Justice, the US Sky Marshal as well.
Well, absolutely. This is for the first time, interestingly enough, that Government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs, the National Investigation Agency has mentioned the role of the US Sky Marshals. Now, that's the agency which handles custody of the wanted and custody of the accused by the law in the United States when they are not on the land, which means that they are airborne. Now, in this particular case, quite clearly, US Sky Marshals, the National Investigation Agency, in its official communication, which is the first official communication coming to us from the government in the form of an elaborate statement, which also clarifies on multiple other things like, years of collaboration and years of sustained hard work with the Department of Justice, etc., with which most of the people in the realm of law enforcement, prosecution, and people familiar with those developments are generally aware about. But for the first time, US Sky Marshals are being mentioned in this, which means that the transfer of the custody was done under the watch of the US Sky Marshals from the American side. From the Indian side, of course, it was a joint component of National Investigation Agency, the intelligence agencies, and the law enforcement component that had traveled from India to secure that custody. So quite clearly, moving on towards the extradition, the role of the US Sky Marshals came into play, which the National Investigation Agency has duly thanked in their formal press release. At the moment, we are breaking for our viewers that minutes from before this broadcast started, the Government of India, National Investigation Agency, Ministry of Home Affairs put out a formal statement. First formal word came out from the National Investigation Agency saying that Tahawwur Hussain Rana has been successfully Mumbai 26/11 mastermind, conspirator, financier, somebody who provided active cover to Dave Coleman Headley, the scout for Mumbai 26/11, has been successfully brought to Indian shores. Maria?
Yes. Ghazali is joining us from Patiala House Court, and that's where Tahawwur Hussain Rana will be brought in sometime from now. At the NIA headquarters, we have Sunil Prabhu, and at Palam Airport, that's where the entire action is playing out, is Anushka. Anushka, coming to you. Show us what exactly is playing out behind you.
That's right, Mare. In a short while from now, Tahawwur Rana will be in fact walking out. We're also learning that the NIA is right now taking care of all the paperwork, all the protocols that needs to be followed for him to walk in the Indian soil. We'll also show you some visuals of the movement that can be seen here. We are outside the Palam Technical Airport. We have been reporting from here since early in the morning, and we are showing you the visuals of this whole airport. Tahawwur Rana, after the paperwork is completed, he will be in fact taken by a safe route. 3 routes have been prepared by the Delhi police, which will be in fact used to in fact escort Tahawwur Rana. First is the primary route that will be used, along with 2 alternate routes. If any issue arise on the primary route, one of the alternate routes will be utilized. A green corridor has not been established, but green signals will be given. Red lights. The journey from Palam Technical Air Base to NIA is 17 kilometers, whereas the distance to Patiala House Court is 14 kilometers. Now remember, it has been a long journey, and in fact, Tahawwur Rana had in fact also said that he was suffering from diseases. He did say he was suffering from Parkinson's disease. He was also suffering from a lot of problems.
What is the NIA telling you in
that
terms of what will be followed now?
Well, yes, absolutely. And my old friend Sunil Prabhu is back there at the National Investigation Agency's headquarters. Sunil, some movement there giving you some impression of him being brought to that place before taken to the Patiala House Court, or after taking him to the Patiala House Court? Sunil?
I think they will first bring him, they'll have to do the the medical examination. So that's the place here. You can see the movement that is taking place as we speak. All security arrangements are being done here by the Delhi police to take and, ensure whatever happens is done in a foolproof manner. So I think, in my understanding, it will be the NIA headquarters before for the moment, they would actually like to avoid taking him to Patiala court because there is a provision in the law for an in-camera hearing, and there's no immediate hurry. If he's landed today at 6 o'clock, there's still time, technically till tomorrow. There's a full 24 hours that is required. So once he's handed over, as you rightly pointed out, by the Sky Marshals to the Indian authority, the NIA has formally now, since he has touched Indian soil, put out that statement, a very balanced statement and a very clear statement saying that now that he's been extradited, they will then formally arrest him and then follow the, as per the law, the procedures that have been to be followed. So definitely we expect him to come here to the NIA headquarters before they go forward with the entire procedure. It's going to be a long drawn-out process, and I think definitely the Delhi police and others are moving no stone unturned to ensure that everything comes without any hitch at all.
All right, Sunil, a word now from Ghazali, who's joining us from Patiala House Court. What are you seeing there, Ghazali? We believe NIA prosecutors have started arriving there.
Yeah, what we are being told right now, what you can see here, CRPF, Delhi police, they have all started cordoning off this entire entrance of gate number 4, from where it is expected that once, if the NIA comes here before reaching the headquarters, if Tahawwur Rana will be brought from this entrance, because the security has been beefed up. We are also being told that a special judge of the NIA court will be hearing the matter. The prosecutors have also arrived. Absolutely no one is allowed to go inside the court, near the courtroom where the hearing is likely to take place, if it is not through the video conferencing. But right now, Delhi police has cordoned off this entire entrance. If you see behind me, they are putting up ropes and all, not allow anyone near the entrance of the court. And inside the court, near the courtroom also, perhaps we are being told that Delhi police has deployed its men so that nobody even reaches near the court. And it is not yet clear whether Tahawwur Rana, after being taken from the airport, will be taken to the NIA headquarters, as Sunil was pointing out, or first he will be taken here to the court.
Okay. All right, Ghazali, continue to be with us. We have all our reporters on ground covering all the bases, and Radhika is joining us from outside Taj Mahal Hotel. Radhika, it's been a long day for you, and also 17-year-long wait for justice for all the survivors and people of India in general. You have been speaking to the survivors, you have been speaking to the lawyers. Perhaps everybody has been waiting for this moment, the extradition which has come through.
Absolutely, everybody has been waiting for this moment. In fact, as far as Indian agencies are concerned, this is a big win. But as far as survivors and victims of 2611 are concerned, this is a huge relief and some sort of closure, certainly. May not be a complete closure of sorts, but some sort of closure, because it is just the one terrorist. One terrorist was caught, and then, of course, later, of course, he was given capital punishment. That was Ajmal Kasab. Beyond that one terrorist who was caught at the time, no big conspirator was caught by the Indian agencies. No mastermind was caught. Of course, the Tahawwur Rana's extradition was something that the Indian agencies were awaiting. We know for a fact that they also wanted to get hold of David Headley, which did not happen. His deposition led them to Tahawwur Rana, and then the entire process started. Of course, his active role is something that has been mentioned in multiple charge sheet files, not just by the NIA, but by the Mumbai police themselves. 2023, a charge sheet file which speaks about how Tahawwur Rana facilitated David Headley's stay in Mumbai. Logistical support was given to, and besides that, Rana himself had conducted recce. He was in the city of Mumbai just ahead of attacks. So a lot of active information as far as Tahawwur Rana's presence and his conspiracy and his involvement in the attacks are concerned. How he was an intermediary between David Headley as well as LET terror, is something that has been said in the charge sheets. And of course, the probe agencies have also revealed that. So yes, multiple evidence being given by the agencies here that led to this extradition. Certainly a big day as far as every person in Mumbai is concerned. This is one step closer to justice, certainly for victims.
Absolutely. Radhika, continue to be with us. We have Aishwarya Jain also joining us from Palam Airport. Aishwarya, we can tell our viewers now that Tahawwur Hussain Rana has been arrested, and what are the sections of IPC under which he has been arrested? Could you share some details, please?
Well, our senior colleague Mukesh Singh Sengar has brought this information to us. Under the UAPA Act, Section 16, 18 and 20 have been imposed on Tahawwur Hussain Rana under IPC 120B, 121, 121A, 302, 468 and 478 of the IPC had been imposed on 11th November 2009. NIA registered this case against Tahawwur Singh.
Ashwarya, if you can hear me, just Ashwarya, if you can hear me, just turn around. My sense is this is the moment. This is the moment when this mastermind of Mumbai 2611 just turn around, look back, try to talk over those visuals. My sense is that this is the moment. This is the moment when this terrorist who was holed up in an American prison for years now is going to be brought out. Ashwarya, talk over those visuals now.
Are open of the Palam Technical Airport. I'll tell my camera person to just come along with me because there is a movement that is taking place. We are not sure that who is coming out from the Palam Technical Airport. We'll show you the glimpse of what's happening over here at the Palam Technical Airport. Series of cars are coming outside the Palam Technical Airport, but as we are reporting from here, there might be some VIPs as well who might come out because this is a very high secure airport. It is, of course.
Yeah, there's no problem. It's my sense, viewers, now that this is the convoy carrying Tahawwur Hussain Rana, the mastermind of Mumbai 2611 terror financier, and possibly, okay, this is again a VVIP movement. This again is a VVIP movement. This again is not our man here, some VVIP movement. Again, like this looks like the Chief of Defence Staff this time. No, again a false alarm.
All right, but that's what live reportage is all about. Several false alarms which have happened through the day. But remember, NDTV has been your destination as far as factual news and reporting on Tahawwur Hussain Rana has been. We have been telling our viewers that he will be landing in India, landing at Palam Technical Airport only between 6 and 7 p.m. Aishwarya, give us the details of the charges under which Tahawwur Hussain Rana has been arrested. Heard me? Oh, all right. All right. Let me bring in Hemant Oberoi now, former Grand Executive Chef of the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, one of the key witnesses of 2611 terror attacks. Hemant Oberoi, this moment, 17-year-long wait, but would you say that it's just a step closer to what you will see as final closure?
Hopefully, yes. After 17 long years, some hope of the justice prevailing is going to happen. And I hope this will to some extent satisfy the souls of the people who laid down their lives.
Mr. Oberoi, when you see this unfolding today, when you see that one of the key masterminds who was behind this entire carnage, blood, lost lives of innocent people, gore, death, destruction, and finally this man is in India to face Indian justice and probably some closure for the families who have suffered the magnitude probably in an that you cannot explain, that you cannot express. Is it somehow satisfying to you, or is it just another somber moment? Does it satisfy you in some way as in a human, as a human in a human capacity, or is just another somber moment in this entire very, very dark saga?
17 years is too long a time. If you ask me, it is too long a time for any justice to prevail. And it's okay, it's fine, he's been brought. But some of the near and dear ones of the people who lost their lives have also gone. So the next generation probably is not seeing the justice. And our memories are so short-lived. We are forgetting that people who sacrifice their lives are very important to everybody in their near and dear ones. And justice has to prevail. And now, even now, it has to be much on a faster version, not on a slow track.
Yes, Mr. Oberoi, but many would say at least the day has come.
Yeah,
we will be joined by
better than no justice.
No justice at all.
But he has a point. That's a fair point. I mean, somebody who has suffered will always question this kind of undue, too long a delay. 2 decades is a very, very long time.
Absolutely. Mr. Oberoi, your final thought right now. I mean, when you were there inside the Taj Mahal Hotel in those over 100 hours, I can see Satish Manishinde, senior advocate, also join us. Mr. Manishinde, we'll be there with you in 30 seconds. A quick word also from Mr. Oberoi. Your final thoughts. I mean, those horrific hours and today. 17 years, yes. We are emphasizing on the long wait to justice, but for eyewitnesses, one would say that many had lost hope that this day would ever come in their lifetime.
Yes, we are still hopeful that justice is going to prevail, and I hope so. It is sooner, and somebody will be satisfied in their families, and those people who lost their life will be satisfied to some extent that justice eventually is prevailing, and something is going to happen soon.
Hemant Oberoi, thank you for joining us and sharing your thoughts. Let me bring in Satish Manishinde, senior criminal advocate, is joining us live. Nikunj.
Mr. Manishinde, welcome to NDTV. A very somber day for all of us who have been somehow or the other associated with this dastardly tragedy that unfolded on the streets of Mumbai.
I won't call it a somber day. I would call it a victorious day in the sense that we have been able to get one of the main conspirators who funded the people and who made the logistical arrangements for them to be in India. He has ultimately been brought to face a trial in India. The case was registered initially by the Bombay police, but subsequently NIA registered a case against Rana and a few others because a lot of evidence has been unearthed. The most important thing about Rana being brought to India is till today we did not have any access to a person who had dealt with the local people. So the foot soldiers who are here in India and giving them logistical support would be all identified and they'll be brought to book. So without any local support from people living in India, this offense could not have taken place. There are a lot of sympathizers of the Pakistani movement, and I'm sure the NIA and other investigative agencies would locate and go after those people in the near future. Most important thing is that we also should know that there are enemies living within India, in our own midst and in our own community. They are to be brought to book through these methods. And the NIA and other law enforcing agencies did not spare any efforts in getting Rana to the country. And I must thank the Prime Minister for having taken special efforts to see that the extradition proceedings in the US courts were followed and taken to its logical end. And it's a great victory for India to have brought one of the main accused who is still available to face a trial to India. And I'm sure the trial that will take place from now on, many of you who have been speaking earlier have said that there's a long delay. There's no delay. Moment we got to Rana, we applied for extradition, and it always takes enough time because he had his other cases pending in the US. The moment has come now for us to try this person, and a large number of people have been making various noises that he must be given a fair trial. If Kasab can be given a fair trial, any other accused in the country will be given a fair trial. And our judicial system is so strong and clear to give any person a fair trial. The law of the land will prevail, and any person who is brought before the courts of law will face a fair trial.
Several key decisions which were taken post this case. post this incident, I would say, that there was strengthening of the legal framework to deal with terrorism as well, particularly that entire UAPA was expanded. Do you think the entire legal framework of India right now is fully equipped to ensure justice for those who need the most right now? Because, you know, you speak to eyewitnesses, you speak to survivors, there is some hope, but at the end of the day, you also realize that it's a delayed justice, so people lose faith if it is too late.
See, there is no delay of any nature. The fact that we chanced upon to get him from the US after 17 years means that India spared no efforts to get a person who was involved in the case. And nobody should feel that the Indian justice system, there's always a delay. There's always a right opportunity to try a person. So the moment we got him, we have brought him to India, and the law enforcing agencies have taken efforts to bring him to India. And the fact that a special team from the Indian government went to USA to bring them through a special plane itself tells you how serious the government of India is to bring these crooks to book. So nobody should feel that. And as far as the legal system is concerned, one of the best systems in our country is the legal system. People who go before a court of law, whether it is the Indian national or otherwise, will always get a fair trial. The judicial system is robust in India, and you've always seen that however serious a crime may be or however heinous the crime may be, that accused gets the same trial as any other person in the country.
Okay. Mr. Manashinde, always very hopeful and resounding with his words. Mr. Manashinde, tell me, now what we have seen, what's behind us is behind us. But where does the case go from here? What are the further steps that the National Investigation Agency will take in terms of prosecution, and how will it travel between Delhi and Mumbai, I beg your pardon?
See, now that Rana has come to India, has been brought to India, he'll be produced before a learned judge tomorrow, before a special court, who will find out about his health and other reasons to face trial and face investigation in India. The law will take its own course. In a matter like this, he would face a minimum of 180 days of police custody, because it's a special law under which he's being prosecuted, and the government and the prosecution will get more than 180 days if they satisfy the court that more time is necessary for investigation of the case. Now, the record of the Bombay trial, which took place after Kasab was arrested, has been transshipped to Delhi. The learned judge presiding over the court in Delhi will peruse those documents, and if those documents are needed by the prosecuting agency, they'll be handed over to them, so that the material which is collected so far by the Mumbai police during 2008 will be shared with the other investigating officers, and they will make efforts to trace out the local contacts that Rana had, and then make further arrests and prosecute those people if and when found. So it's going to be a long-drawn trial. It is not the end of the case just by bringing Rana to the Indian shores. Now is the right time to get the local contacts who helped Rana to establish a fake business where Headley operated as a logistical businessman and did all his acts. Headley has made a statement before the court of law, and he has been pardoned. That statement will be used against Rana, and therefore time has come when most of the factors which were hidden from the Indian judicial system will be exposed.
Bring the local perpetrators to justice, says ever so erudite Mr. Manashinde. Thank you very much, Mr. Manashinde, for joining us.
Thank you. Welcome. Bye.
On that note, let's slip into a short break. Coming up would be a special newsmaker. P. Chidambaram, the former Home Minister, will be joining us on this special broadcast. Stay tuned. This is your destination for all the factual news with regards to Tahawwur Rana, who has just arrived in New Delhi.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 6T Fusion, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड क्लास ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
Finisher windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation
you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from
Joins now, former Home Minister P. Chidambaram joins us on this broadcast. Mr. Chidambaram, thank you for your time here on NDTV.
Mr. Chidambaram, I ask you, I hope your health is perfectly fine now.
Fine. It's a momentary attack. Tell me.
Now, you issued a statement, sir, and I was going through it. Now, any government which will get such a high-value catch to the shores would try to take credit. What is your quarrel with it?
I have no objection if they are taking credit for what they have done now. But they should also give credit to the previous government, which had done a lot. Government is a continuity. Government of India is a continuity. Please take credit for whatever you have done, but please give credit to whatever the previous government did. That's all my purpose of issuing the statement.
Mr. Chidambaram, I was, since we are referring to your statement, you have said that the Modi government did not achieve any breakthrough to enable the extradition and that it was not the result of chest thumping or grandstanding. Instead, You have said that the development was a testament to what the Indian state can achieve through sincere diplomacy, effective law enforcement, and international cooperation. And that's what the NIA has said in its press release also today, that there was a continued engagement between the two sides as well. Sir, in 2019 is when we are told the first diplomatic engagement happened, or emphasis was put by the government of India for this extradition. Please correct me.
I had said that. I congratulate the NII for pointing out that it is a process which started in 2009 and it has fortunately culminated in 2025. I have no quarrel with that. What is your question?
You know, everything changed post 26/11. You were the Home Minister. From tightening of maritime security and fixing of loopholes in the intelligence grid to strengthening of the legal framework. And then there was setting up of special agencies to probe terror cases. What changed in terms of the fundamental, the security apparatus of India? Give us that perspective as the former Home Minister.
What changes were required in 2008, 9 and 9, 10, I did my best. There were many changes required. At that time, the counter-terror apparatus in India was very weak. We did not have an NIA. We did not have an NIA Act. There were weaknesses in the UAPA, and there were weaknesses in the intelligence setup. So all those, in the 3 years that I was Home Minister, I did my best to strengthen this apparatus and to plug the weaknesses. I don't deny that the present government, Mr. Narendra Modi's government, has built upon that and have further strengthened the apparatus. I don't know the details, but I don't deny if they claim they have strengthened the apparatus. I may disagree with some of the changes they brought about in the UAPA by amendment, but that is a separate matter. But this is a continuity. The terrorist is always half a step ahead of the administration. So the administration must review the apparatus, and over a period of time, any apparatus will become weak and the terrorist will exploit those weaknesses. So it is a continuous effort to keep on strengthening the counter-terror apparatus and the counter-terror system. If the present government is doing it, I'm quite happy. I have no complaint on that ground.
Mr. Chidambaram, I remember in 2009, as the Union Home Minister, you traveled to United States of America. That was the first ministerial visit to United States of America from the then government. And that was the first time that we presented some sort of a proof of Pakistani engagement to the United States. You had a series of meetings with the top-ranking officials of the government of United States of America, and then multiple dossiers were also sent to Pakistan. One of the results of that entire exercise and effort has been what we are seeing today, a successful extradition of Tahawwur Hussain Rana. One of the results, of course, as you said, it's a process of continuity, and governments work in continuity. Administrations work in continuity, so to say. Are you a satisfied man, Mr. Chidambaram, today? Do you think that the efforts that you undertook and your government undertook have come to fruition today?
I'm very happy that Rana has been extradited to India. See, earlier we did not know that there was a person called Rana. We all thought that it was Headley. Rana was identified by the US intelligence That's a long story. Once they identified that there was another player, another major player called Rana, they shared that intelligence with us. And once that intelligence was shared with us, we worked on it along with the United States intelligence, and we asked for his extradition. So I'm very happy that the process that was started in 2009 has continued through the UPA government, through Modi 1, Modi 2, and now Modi 3. It only underlines my basic theme that Government of India is a continuity. There are no stops and starts. It's a continuity. And I compliment the External Affairs Ministry and the intelligence agencies for persisting with their effort and successfully extraditing Rana to India.
The UAPA was amended to expand the definition of terrorism. The National Investigation Agency Act was passed by Parliament to create a what appeared to be the first truly federal investigating agency in the country. There were sweeping changes as far as the investigation apparatus in India is concerned. Do you think that knowing how terrorism expands and takes different forms, we are actually sitting on the, we are well prepared to handle any such challenge?
There's still some weaknesses. For example, NatGrid is not yet operational. Prime Minister Modi, in one of his earlier statements, said that NatGrid will be completed and it will be made operational. As far as I know, NatGrid is not fully operational. I think there are still missing pieces and the system has not been set up. The second thing which I had mooted, the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, that is also not in place. I would urge the government to complete the work on NatGrid. I know that a building was constructed for NatGrid. We had chosen the land. We had sanctioned the building. There was some effort to complete the building. I think the building has been completed, but NatGrid is not fully operational. I would urge the government to complete NatGrid and start work on the National Counter-Terrorism Center and make it operational. Those are two missing pieces in the whole mosaic.
Mr. Chidambaram, now don your lawyer's hat. You are also a very distinguished lawyer. Now don your lawyer's hat and tell us and tell our viewers who are watching you on NDTV today, how quickly do you think this entire trial against Tahawwur Hussain Rana can be completed now that he has been extradited, at least from where the first trial process can come to fruition? How much time, how quickly you think that can be done, Mr. Chidambaram?
See, the evidence is all assembled. The evidence is all collected. We are only waiting for Rana to be extradited to India. According to me, a diligent public prosecutor and a conscientious special judge can start and complete the trial in exactly 6 months. I don't think it should take more than 6 months. As I said, it requires a diligent public prosecutor and a conscientious judge.
All right, Mr. P. Chidambaram, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV, particularly on this day. Joining us as the former Home Minister and sharing your perspective, it means a lot. Thank you so much. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be some live reports from Patiala House Court. That's where the entire action will be shifting any moment now. Stay with us.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
गोल्ड क्लास क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Unnoticed by all of these auditors.
Is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects.
Welcome back, and I'm going to go straight to Ghazali, who joins us from Patiala House Court. That's where Tahawwur Hussain Rana will be brought in any moment now, and there is a special security cordon which has been put in place. Special prosecutors of National Investigation Agency have also started arriving. So, Ghazali, what can you tell us? The question is, who is appearing for Tahawwur Hussain Rana?
And how quickly? And how quickly, Ghazali, would he be produced? How quickly? Are you hearing any kind of confirmation about
See, Advocate Piyush Sachdeva from... See, Advocate Piyush Sachdeva from Delhi Legal Services Authority will be representing Tahawwur Hussain Rana, is what we are being told. The special public prosecutor and senior advocate, 2 advocates are there who will be representing NIA. They have already reached the court a short while ago. We don't know the name of the judge, but a special judge has been appointed for hearing. We are also being told that after 8 p.m. perhaps the hearing will begin. The kind of deployment here of the cops suggests that it will be a physical appearance, though we are still not sure whether it will be a video conferencing or not. But the way all the reporters, journalists, everybody has been moved out of the court entrance, from near the court entrance, and nobody is near even the courtroom now. Nobody is allowed even there. Suggests that perhaps it will be a physical appearance. The timing has not been shared by any of the agencies who are involved in his extradition or the NIA, which is bringing him to the court. But we are being told that perhaps he can be brought to the court for the physical hearing, which will happen after 8 p.m.
The larger question is, why is it taking so much time for his exit from Palam Technical Airport? Nikunj, will you be able to answer that?
My sense is that he has been moved out of that place
already.
Already. My sense is, and that Patiala House court looks like a fortress tonight behind you, Ghazali. And now the entire focus is on you and at the spots where you are. It is also my sense again that probably this is the place where we would be in a position to get that first glance of this dreaded terrorist, criminal conspirator of Mumbai 26/11 terror mastermind, terror strike. Maria?
Yes. So, Ghazali, continue to track that story very, very closely. We are certainly banking on you for getting us those first visuals from Patiala House Court. And joining us on this broadcast now is Robert Dobbs, straight from Dubai. He is an expert on intelligence and counter-terrorism. We have Dr. Tara Kartha, former Director, National Security Council Secretariat. Pleasure having you on the show, ma'am. Nikunj, let's begin with Robert Dobbs now.
Mr. Dobbs, one question that comes to everyone's mind is, why does it take such a long time to secure cooperation even in a dastardly terror strike of the scale of Mumbai 26/11, a scale which the world has rarely seen?
Well, I think part of it, why it takes so long, you have the entire extradition process that you have to follow through. And that basically, you know, you see with any country in the world, right? That, you know, these, you hate to say these individuals, these criminals will use the criminal justice system to their advantage at times. You even see that with capital cases within the United States, that you'll see multiple appeals and everything like that. Fortunately, the U.S. Supreme Court basically intervened and, you know, declined to take any action on his case, which expedited his extradition to India.
All right, Mr. Dobbs, you know, Dr. Tara Kartha, perhaps a thought of, you can also share thoughts on this delayed justice. I mean, 26/11, the sheer scale meant that the entire world was watching us. Shouldn't there have been more, you know, some kind of coordination between various nations to not delay this entire process of extradition also?
Well, I think
Yes, Dr. Tara Kartha.
Yeah. See, there's two aspects to this. One is that he was arrested only in 2009, right? That was way after the Mumbai attacks. He was arrested because of the attack which they were planning. That is one. Number two, but on the extradition process, my understanding is that the person has to serve his sentence in the country where he was detained for the offense which he was convicted of, which he did. And then the next day, we applied for extradition in 2013. And thereafter, he served his sentence, and then he is being sent to India, which itself is quite a thing, because if you look at the Supreme Court and the previous court's wording is that this man should get full justice. I mean, people who do things like this should be a lesson to others like him. So I think it's a very positive development by the courts.
Again, coming back to you, I mean, you said that fortunately United States Supreme Court intervened and, you know, this process could come to an early fruition. But do you think that going forward, first of all, hopefully nothing of this scale, this magnitude happens anywhere. But going forward, is there a way that we can ensure that a faster, quicker, swifter global anti-terror cooperation can be set in motion?
Is that for me?
That's for Mr. Dobbs.
Could you say that again? I didn't hear you.
Mr. Dobbs, I was saying that first of all, fortunately, let's hope that nothing of this scale, this magnitude, this sheer scale of the tragedy happens any time soon or all over again. But is there a way that a faster, quicker, swifter international anti-terror cooperation can be ensured going forward?
Well, I think that's something you would have to work out through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of India and the U.S. government, right? But I think, as our other guests had stated, that pretty much this case did follow a kind of if you want to say, a timely procedure, right? And followed, the laws of the United States, and also cooperated with the justice system in India. Can we always hope that we can get quicker justice, but we have seen that, there are other individuals, in neighboring countries in the Middle East that are still, not being cooperated with as far as their extradition. And I would say the United States pretty much moved on a very good timeline, especially under President Trump. I think the previous administration, we can, be kind of critical that, not as much emphasis was placed on these things, and, internally for terrorism in the United States, and externally as far as terrorism that we see throughout the Middle East and Central Asia.
All right, Tara Karta and Mr. Dobbs, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on the channel. We'll be continuing with the special broadcast. Stay tuned.
हेलो मोटो।
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine, finer, Finesta.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Benutupal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Notice by all of these auditors.
Is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the
Hello everyone, you're watching NDTV. It's a big moment for India. Key conspirator of 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, 64-year-old Pakistani-Canadian terrorist Tahawwur Hussain Rana is in India and is all set to face the full might of Indian judicial system. Tahawwur's extradition will bring some closure for Mumbai terror attack victims. Remember, almost 200 people were massacred by the Lashkar-e-Taiba in 2008.
You know, this is, ladies and gentlemen, also a testimony of India's never give up spirit for chasing terrorists more than 17 years down the line and for bringing them to justice. It sends a strong message to terrorists anywhere. India will hunt you down no matter how long it takes. Our special focus is going to be on the extradition. Tahawwur Rana finally in the hands of the Indian authorities. We'll bring you all the latest. Our colleagues are spread across at this moment at the key places.
Let me go straight to Anuj first, who is joining us from Mumbai. That is the city which was battered, bruised, a city which still carries that, perhaps anger and also trauma of what really played out in those 100+ hours. Anuj is joining us from outside Taj Mahal Hotel, which was the epicenter, which actually bore the brunt of those attacks by the mastermind Tahawwur Rana, who actually plotted this entire terror strike. Question is, what are Mumbaikars thinking about today? Not just the survivors, not just the eyewitnesses, but ordinary Mumbaikars.
Mario, what the attacks did to the city is something that is that can only be experienced once an individual interacts with the Mumbaikars, right? You can see it's a beautiful city, and it becomes even prettier when it is night. And in fact, I'm standing at that very spot where the attack took place, and you can see how colorful it is here, right? We've been talking, and as Radhika has also been pointing it out since morning, we've all been in contact and in touch with the survivors, with the victims, and also with the general Mumbaikars, not just today or with light of this story, but for quite some time, while talking about Tahawwur Rana or this entire case of 26/11. And yes, there are the keywords, the obvious keywords about wanting justice, and we hear about there shouldn't be any delay when it comes to Tahawwur Rana, as was the case earlier. But what is more important is that the entire incident captured the mostly infamously used term spirit of Mumbai in its best possible way. We saw that the entire city united to show the value and respect each other's brethren. Of course, the attack happened at 11 sites, and these 11 sites were mostly concentrated in the southern part of the city. We saw that a lot of international tourists, a lot of foreigners who were also here, they also got impacted by it. And only when these terrorists were trying to move towards the western suburbs, they were trying to move towards the places which have more dense pockets of population, that is when they were all stopped and killed by our security forces. While on one hand we saw that there were certain loopholes, which had to be rectified, and this was a very ugly mirror that was shown to us, be it the security at the CST station, be it the security at such high-profile hotels, or even the general security when it comes, about the coastline and all. However, on the other side, we saw that the general mass, irrespective of what class they came from, they stood together. We've recorded numerous stories, and we've also played these case studies on NDTV for quite some time about how people who sell chai, people who sell chaat outside CST station, outside the Taj Mahal hotel, or even at the Nariman house, they came together to help people whom they had no idea about, right? And these are the stories which remain etched in the memory of not just one individual or one group, but the psyche of the entire city. Although the incident is only 15 years old, and when you look back at it, it might look something that is fairly old for some people. However, for those who've been living here, it is not that old. It's something that is going to stay with them forever. We heard it from two survivors today that when the attacks took place at the CST station and they were present there, it's been 15 to 17 years ever since they witnessed those attacks. But till date, they are scared to see that place. Till date, whenever they passed through that railway station, whenever they passed through this Taj Mahal hotel area, they feel the trauma that they experienced in a very physical form on what happened in the span of that 4 to 5 days when they were here, troubling or getting troubled by those terrorists. So all of these things put together, in a way captures the spirit of Mumbai. Of course, it is positive, it is negative, that is for others to decide. But this is what they wanted to reflect. So
whether
when we talk
you
about
call
the
it
entire
the
story, it is much
spirit
bigger
of
than just
Mumbai or
terming it
people
as a
coming
revenge
together
for a few
in
people.
face, Anuj, of that massive carnage that the city had to in fact undergo in 2008. The fact remains, the scars are still there, and hopefully there will be some closure with this terrorist now being brought to justice. Sunil Prabhu, our colleague, is joining us from the NIA headquarters. Three important locations in the national capital, and that is where the spotlight is. The place where Tahawwur Rana, the man who thinks India is an enemy country, used to serve in the Pakistani army as a doctor, then settled in Canada, is right now on the Indian soil and will be facing the full might of the Indian justice system. That Palam technical area where he landed, the Patiala House Court, these are the visuals where he will be in fact taken. Hopefully this is where we'll get the first glimpse of a man who possibly, and I'm absolutely sure, will be absolutely shattered from inside. He tried every trick in the book to evade this day, but we pursued him. And of course, the NIA headquarters where Sunil Prabhu at this moment is, where the investigation will be taking place. The agency, NIA, the nodal agency, in fact, leading this investigation. Sunil, what are you hearing from your contacts? By when is he expected at the court, and then, of course, in the custody of the NIA?
Well, what we are expecting is shortly after 8 o'clock, because right now the Bureau of Immigration is investigating. He's doing that medical examination. All the paperwork is being done. And then from there directly he will be taken, because the judge usually likes to first time see the, the terrorist, in this case the accused, and will definitely, have a look at him, hear him out before remanding him to to police custody for further investigation. From the NIA's part, you have the Special Public Prosecutor, Mr. Narendra Mann, as well as Senior Advocate Daya Krishnan, who's also present. Mr. Rana has also used the Delhi Legal Service Authority's lawyer to defend him, Mr. Sachdev. So definitely both sides will have to put across their view. I don't think Mr. Rana has any time to actually consult with his lawyers at this present juncture, but at any given point of time, the semblance of the rule of law will be followed, but definitely a lot of questions to be asked of his role in 26/11. What was his relationship with David Headley, who they both were together in Pakistan in the elite military school, and how did they work together the kind of recce, the kind of contacts that they had, the kind of elaborate preparation that they did ahead of the 26/11 attacks, which really created a very, very dastardly terrorist attack on the Indian soil in the city of Mumbai, something that has never been the same again for Indians in particular. The office behind me, the NIA, was a creation post 26/11. Immediately after that, parliamentarians passed the NIA Act, brought in the NIA, and the rest, as we can see, is now that Rana is being tried for the very same acts of terror that had been committed on Indian soil.
Okay, Sunil, we are seeing some visuals come in. Of course, these are of that very, very horrific day. The visuals on your screen right now is of Patiala House Court. I can see Ghazali joining us from Patiala House Court. We also have Aishwarya Jain joining us from Palam Technical Airport. The question is, has David Coleman Headley left Palam Technical Airport? Ash? Tahawwur Rana left Palam Airport.
Well, we don't know yet as far as Mr. Rana had left the Palam Technical Airport, or still the paperwork or the medical examination is currently going on as far as the entire security personals and the squad team, all that went inside. They have not left the airport yet, so it is not confirmed as of now that whether he has left the airport, but the paperwork was done as soon as he landed on the Indian soil, and it was the NIA who was supposed to take the custody. But the Delhi traffic police sources have told to us that at 8 p.m. sharp was a time when there was supposed to be a route that was to be in place from the Palam Technical Airport towards the Patiala House Court, where he is all set to be produced before the judge. The entire Patiala House Court has already been cordoned off, but at the Palam Technical Airport, I must tell you at this point of time that still it is a heavy secured zone. The police deployment that we were witnessing in the evening is still there, and all these officials who went inside hasn't left the Palam Technical Airport as of now. So whether there would be separate gate that Mr. Rana would be leaving from, or from this very main gate where we all see usually Prime Minister, Defence Minister, CDS, all the VIPs that leaves from this very gate, he would be also taking this route or not is something that time will only tell. But still, the officials and the top security officials who went inside this afternoon hasn't left the Palam Technical Airport as of now.
Right. So it's been a long wait and a long flight, in fact, from United States to India. It is going to be a long night as well, but the nightmare for Tahawwur Rana has just begun as he faces the full music of the Indian judicial system, and the first stop is going to be, for him, will be the Patiala House Court. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is reporting from the Patiala House Court. Massive security cordon there, Mohammad Ghazali. We can see hundreds of policemen behind you. By when are we expecting Tahawwur Rana to be brought in? Because this is also a place where many are hoping that the first glimpse of one of the key conspirators of 26/11 carnage would be visible for 140 crore Indians.
Ankit, we don't have a timeline yet, because what we are picking up since morning that he would be arriving or landing in the morning, but he arrived at landed around 6 to 7, between 6 to 7. The kind of security here we are seeing at gate number 4, if my camera person will show you, the traffic is normal. They have not stopped or barricaded this entire street right outside the gate number 4 of the Patiala House Court. But we are also picking up that the security has been beefed up on the other side of the court, where we have gate number 1. Perhaps he can be, if physical appearance happens, then he can be brought in from gate number 1. We don't know the timeline yet, but we know that the special public prosecutor, whose notification came in recently, he is inside the court. One lawyer from the Delhi Legal Service Authority, he will be representing Tahawwur Rana. The time schedule as to when the hearing begins is not confirmed yet. We still don't know whether he will be going to the NIA headquarters first, or will be directly brought in here at the court, because the public
public prosecutor and other senior advocate are inside the court premises waiting for his arrival. And as you rightly pointed out, after a very long wait, the wait is still stretching for us, because the cops are still not confirming whether there will be a physical appearance or whether there will be a video conference through which he will be produced in the court.
Ghazali, Tahawwur Hussain Rana has been charged with criminal conspiracy waging war against the government of India, murder, forgery under the UAPA, the most tough act, which is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. And there is a fortress of sort which has, the place where Ghazali is right now, which is the Patiala House Court, that has been converted into a fortress. He is likely to be placed in a safe house. What will that safe house be? Perhaps Aishwarya can answer that question, and then I bring in the guests.
Well, that's right. That's the plan of action as far as the security officials are concerned. There are several processes that will take place as far as NIA taking custody, Tahawwur Rana being produced in the court, medical examination being done, all the paperwork will be done, and later where he will be spending the night tonight is the bigger question, whether it would be an NIA cell, because all the arrangements have been made there as well at the NIA headquarters as far as the high-profile criminals are concerned, the terrorists who have been brought through extradition process. It could be at the NIA headquarters where he can spend the night as well, and therefore the reason perhaps the entire area in and around the NIA headquarters had been cordoned off with heavy security deployed over there as well. So multiple options before the security officials, and they have all those plan and action in place. Already things had been done as far as the formalities are concerned, but the security officials, the agencies want to tick every box as far as the entire legal process is concerned, because a man is being brought after 16 years with all that hard work that agencies had put through via extradition.
And of course, important paperwork. India has shown the world with, even when Ajmal Kasab was tried, that even a terrorist here goes through the entire judicial system before they meet, in fact, the punishment that they deserve. All the documentation being done at this moment, of course, it is going to be all the boxes that need to be ticked. But let me also at this juncture bring in Rajita Kulkarni. She's author, 26/11 Carnage survivor. We also have Navneet Vasan, former Joint Director, CBI, joining us at the moment. Welcome both of you. Ms. Kulkarni, let me start by asking you this. For a lot of people, when we talk about what happened in Mumbai on that fateful night, you are still talking from a distance. You lived it. You lived that night. What does Tahawwur Rana, one of the key conspirators, one of the puppeteers of that entire squad that came and resulted the carnage in Mumbai, what does him coming and facing the Indian judiciary, what does that mean to you, ma'am?
Yes, thank you for having me on your panel. And, I was watching the reportage by your team, and it is an extraordinary achievement by our government. It is a big day for us. It is a cathartic day for us. It has taken 16, 17 long years, but our security agencies and our government has been at it with a very strategic focus to reach this day today of his extradition. And I think what we need to do is focus ahead and make sure that we can book him and bring justice. He has the blood of India and Indians on his hand. And the faster the justice can be, can be done, I think it's better for all of us. And it will give a very big signal to the world that as a country, we are not a pushover. We cannot be just taken lightly and for granted. You cannot enter my country, conduct terrorist activities and get away with it. This terror attack was not a small one. 3 days, 3.5 days. It was a live situation, attacking very prime locations in Mumbai, the economic capital of India, the core of India, and you cannot get away with it. We are a top 5 economy of the world. We are not just a nobody. We will become a top 3 economy of the world. So I think today is a day for me personally of great catharsis and gratitude. I think a big thank you is due to the Supreme Court of the US, to President Trump, to Prime Minister Modi, to Jaishankarji, to everybody from the security agencies who worked for these many years to help us reach this day today. In fact, some of the stills that you were showing, there was one of the stills where I was running with my husband the next morning when we were finally rescued by the NSG around 10 in the morning. We came out of the Taj Mahal Hotel, but these boys seemed to be somewhere in a vicinity where they started shooting from inside the hotel outside. So through the night, we actually missed them 5 times at different places. Either we would run to safety to a particular place and they would have just left from there, or, we would leave from somewhere and they would arrive like this. And finally, when we came out, they were shooting from inside to outside to us, and there we didn't even have any cover, and those images I could see now on your monitors, and it was a dastardly attack. It was an audacious attempt made to attack our nation. We should not forgive it, we should not forget it, and I hope that justice is done very quickly now.
Absolutely, we should not forget it, because it is a reminder that India can. And Indians, when they say resilience, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can take us for a ride. You can conduct carnage on our soil. That's why this day is very, very crucial. Navneet Vasan, what does it mean for investigating apparatus of India, security apparatus of India? Because it's very interesting that the moment Tahawwur Hussain Rana landed on the Indian soil, in that special plane, that's when the NIA issued a formal press release talking about how there were multiple agencies, Department of Justice, and other agencies with which they worked to ensure this extradition.
You see, it has been really a hard work for investigating agencies, both Mumbai police and later NIA. They have pieced together evidence and forwarded it to Department of Justice. And it's not easy to get any criminal extradited from another country. It's really a tough challenge for investigation agencies. And hats off to investigation agencies in piecing together the evidence, pursuing it at different levels in collaboration with FBI and Department of Justice, and ensuring that such a dreaded terrorist is finally brought to India to face the law of the land.
That's very important. It's also important messaging, not just for our people, but also to the world that, India will not give up on its pursuit for justice for people, those who have attacked us, are hiding anywhere. They will not, one day they will have to face the music. Let me very quickly go back to our colleague Mohammad Ghazali. There is some movement outside the Patiala House Court. We'll keep, in fact, going to our colleagues to get you the latest, in fact, details which are coming in at this moment. Mohammad Ghazali, some movement outside the Patiala House Court. Anxious, not only the people, those who are watching it, but I'm sure the cops and the journalists also waiting with bated breath.
Just look at the sheer deployment which has been put forth by the Delhi police. It is this deployment which shows the significance of the day and how high profile this terrorist is.
He's a high value target, no doubt about that. Mohammad Ghazali, over to you.
See, right now the cops are deployed here. Everybody is being stopped from moving towards the entrance gate, and some of them have also confirmed that the entry will be from here, the gate number 4 of the Patiala House Court. The security has also been beefed up on the other side near the gate number 1. What we are being told that gate number 1 is the place from where hardened criminals, when they are brought into the court via a bus or a large vehicle, are meant to enter through gate number 1, which is on the other side. But as of now, the cops are confirming that this is the location, this is the gate through which Tahawwur Hussain Rana will be brought into the court here, and that will be a physical appearance. That is why this huge deployment of police forces. We don't know as if the traffic will be stopped once the convoy, NIA convoy taking him in the court will be moving closer to the court. But as of now, the traffic is normal. Only additional cops are getting deployed near the entrance of the court and on the other end of the road from where perhaps the vehicle is expected to come. We don't know yet whether Tahawwur Hussain Rana has left or reached the NIA headquarters yet, but we believe that the hearing will take place after an hour or so, is what the other sources within the court premises are hinting.
Okay, you know, Marian, for people, those who are not from the national capital, where Mohammad Ghazali is standing at the gate number 4, that actually is the family court. That's where you go for the family court. There is a big board there of the family court, and it's ironical that a man who destroyed so many families today would be, in fact, going through that route, facing justice.
In fact, Ghazali was showing that family court board. Perhaps we can cut across to it and see the irony of it as well.
So it's, you know, it's just wheels churning the way they have been. But we are also being joined at this moment by Sandeep Unnithan, senior Indian journalist, author who had extensively documented the 26/11 Mumbai attacks through his book Black Tornado. And we are being joined by Mr. Loknath Behra, former IGNIA. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us at this moment. KP Raghuvanshi, former ATS chief of Mumbai, is also with us this evening. Thank you to all of you. Sandeep, let me ask you this, because, you know, I read that book, and it gives you goosebumps when you go through pages, turn the pages of what happened that night, the way you have documented it. A lot of what Tahawwur Rana did has already been established in many ways. What else now can we expect? Of course, it's a big occasion, symbolically as well, but what else can we expect, you know, to try and nail the other conspirators of the Mumbai attacks from Tahawwur Rana?
Well, Ankit, thanks for having me. Firstly, you know, Mumbai itself, there have been previous major attacks by the Pakistan Army on Mumbai, starting from 1993. 1993, 2006, the train bombings, and finally 26/11 in 2008. Over 15 years, the Pakistan military has launched a campaign of war against India's economic capital. And it's very interesting, it comes after economic liberalization. Post-1991, they started this phase of attacks using proxies. Every of these attacks is carried out by proxies. Right. In 93, it is the Dawood Ibrahim crime syndicate. In 2006, it is the Indian Mujahideen. And finally, in 26/11, it is the Lashkar-e-Taiba, who are disguised as Indians. Like, we all know the story of how they were given ID cards of a college in Hyderabad. They were given red threads to pass off as Indians. The Pakistan army wanted this attack to look like it was Indians attacking Indians. And now what we know for sure is, after David Headley was interrogated by the NIA in 2010, Mr. Loknath Behra was one of the 4-member NIA team that interrogated David Headley in the United States. Headley, for the first time, gave us clear indications that there was a Pakistan military hand involved in 26/11. He said not just the Pakistan Army's ISI, but there was a Pakistan...
First set of visuals, perhaps that is Tahawwur Hussain Rana.
Yes.
That is the visual of Tahawwur Hussain Rana being held by NIA special, you know, the officers who went to get him. That is the visual of Tahawwur Hussain Rana. You know, this is what we were waiting for. The first picture after landing on Indian soil. He's a 64-year-old man, a Canadian citizen of Pakistani origin based in Chicago. Tahawwur Hussain Rana is accused of playing a key role in 2008 attacks in Mumbai. It is India's financial capital. Remember, 166 families were destroyed that day, 166 lives lost. And Pakistani-American terrorist David Coleman Headley, who is the prime accused in this attack, had said that Tahawwur Rana had extended logistical and financial support for the terror operation. The charge sheet had in fact said that Rana had assisted Headley in many ways, including setting up of an immigrant law center in Mumbai.
Life comes full circle, ladies and gentlemen. 16 years from the time that terror attack took place in Mumbai. These are first pictures, and I can completely tell you that Tahawwur Rana, he tried every trick in the book to try and evade this moment. These pictures of a Pakistani Canadian terrorist. In fact, the man, he served in the Pakistani army in some capacity. For him, he is in the enemy country, and this moment in the custody of the Indian authorities, finally on Indian soil, who will be facing the full might of the Indian justice system. First pictures of Tahawwur Hussain Rana, now available to us here on NDTV. You are seeing these pictures of a 64-year-old man who tried everything to evade this day, now in fact being escorted by the Indian security agencies to face the music here in the country. Key conspirator, man who in fact provided the finances, logistics for this entire operation, classmate of David Coleman Headley, now in the Indian custody. The security agencies, NIA, their sleuths taking him at the airport. This picture was taken right after he landed on the Indian soil.
Mr. Raghuvanshi, as the former ATS chief, we are looking at these visuals. This moment was long awaited, 17 long years for the investigating agencies as well, as they pursued this case relentlessly. When we look at this, what are your thoughts, sir?
Thank you for having me here. It is a very satisfying evening for me because as Mr. Kulkarni mentioned earlier, Mumbai has been facing and experiencing this kind of attack since 1993. I have seen dead bodies not in one, two, but number of cases. And whenever we investigated the case, Mumbai police investigated the case, we were able to only catch the soldiers who were firing the shot. Either they were putting the explosives or they were like Kasab also. He was merely like a soldier only. He had nothing, he had no knowledge except that he was given 1 lakh rupees, he was given training, and along with 10 fellows, he was sent here. We came to know during various investigations the hands of Pakistan. But this is for the first time the conspirators, the mind behind all this kind of acts, particularly 26/11, Headley, Major Iqbal, and Rana, all these fellows, and maybe many more. Maybe during the investigation, when they will be interrogating Rana, some more names may come. So for me, I remember I was at VT that day, and when unfortunately Mr. Karkare was killed that night, I had to take over the charge of ATS again. Although subsequent operation was conducted by NSG, but I was closely associated not only with the operations, because I was running from one place to another place, how best can be done from outside, and with the crime branch during investigation. I remember after 4 days when all these were neutralized, when we entered in Hotel Taj and Oberoi, we found dead bodies of very senior people, well-to-do fellows, under the table, under the chairs, when their body had swollen. So all that evening, for the last 24 hours, when I have been hearing that he's coming, ultimately he has come. And now I can say that Kasab was a soldier. Earlier, others 9 were killed. But this is for the first time that such an important fugitive has been brought. And we have been telling with loud voice that Pakistan's hand is involved. Earlier also it was said, but now world has accepted it. US government has cooperated, US courts have cooperated, NIA and Mumbai police has investigated the case thoroughly, and today we can see the results. So for me, as a Mumbaikar, as a investigating officer, and as a policeman, it is a very satisfying evening for me that such fellow has come and he will be put to justice.
Bera, who is the former IG of NIA, is joining us as well. In fact, he was one of the officers who had questioned David Coleman Headley. So, Mr. Bera, the NIA has formally arrested Tahawwur Hussain Rana, who is the key conspirator of the 26/11 attacks. And he has, the NIA says that there was a joint effort of the NSG and NIA. Top officials had gone to Los Angeles in the US to get him to India. It was a coordinated effort of the External Affairs Ministry, Ministry of Home Affairs. What is clear is that this is a huge victory for Indian diplomacy and security agencies. Sustained, concerted effort for 17 long years, sir.
Yeah, see, this is what we say is the international cooperation and cooperation amongst the agencies. Look, I'll explain. There are so many actually contradictions which have been telecast or reported in media, that how important is this particular extradition. Whether some people say that Tahawwur Rana is a very small thing, so it's not very important. I'll put it in this way. See, he is a charge-sheeted accused in two cases. Number one which we charge-sheeted in 2011. For the larger conspiracy, the charge sheet is before the NIA Special Court in Delhi. In 2023, the Mumbai police have charge-sheeted him for the Mumbai terror attack. There are differences. The NIA charge sheet is relating to the larger conspiracy much beyond the Mumbai attack, because these people were also wrecking other places, including National Defense College and etc. You know about that. And there were probably bigger game plans. Some of them could be actually revealed during the investigation. Some are yet to be revealed. Therefore, this extradition assumes more importance because we had never got an access to Rana to be interrogated just like we did it for in respect of Headley. So what is important is that to elicit maximum information, and I'm sure he knows certain things which we do not know. And probably that will be actually more revealing. And I will not be surprised to see that more names come out. And see, for example, we know the handlers of David Coleman Headley. But who were the handlers of Rana? Maybe they are same or they are different. So all these questions were there during our investigation, but we could not answer that because of lack of access to this person. Today, we are in a better position, and it is actually a victory of diplomacy or the concerted effort of all the agencies or the government and various departments. Okay, we brought him.
Sir,
so
may I just ask you, sir, because a lot of people at this moment are very interested, because NIA is the agency which is in fact handling this entire matter. These are visuals, like as you are speaking, first pictures of Tahawwur Rana in the custody of NIA at this moment being splashed all across the screens of Indian media. May I just, for the benefit of our viewers, understand from you what happens now? What will be the procedure that the agency would be going through? What are the steps that happens from here on after Tahawwur Rana has been brought back?
And I'll ask one, and I'll add to that thought that has been shared by Ankit, Mr. Behra. And what happens between Delhi and Mumbai?
Okay, I'll answer this question because a lot of actually regional channels also ask me this question. Look, what happened, according to the law, the person actually is shown arrested once he lands in India. It's a formal arrest is being done by the NIA, which has the jurisdiction and power to arrest. Then what happens, he is produced in the court and the NIA will ask for his custody. And after the custody is granted, which under the UAPA, they can get custody for 30 days, maybe in 2 or 3 installments, not continuously for 30 days. During this time, they will do an interrogation, find out various facts, additional facts, and they verify them. And all the things which come out from Rana will be treated as information, which have to be converted to evidence by verification, cross-verification, etc. After that particular evidence is collected, a supplementary charge sheet has to be put by the NIA, because already there is a charge sheet, and additional materials collected will be formed as a additional supplementary charge sheet and put before the court in Delhi. after that particular thing, the trial will be starting in Delhi. That is one part. Similar exercise also will be done in Mumbai because the two cases are different and there are two jurisdictions. Therefore, unless the Supreme Court merges these two cases and makes a special court, there will be two trials. One will be in Delhi, another will be in Mumbai. And Mumbai police also will have what procedure I told in respect of NIA. Mumbai police is also mandated to do that. So this is what is going to happen.
But you've said something very important, and perhaps that gives us a clear timeline of what will be happening from now onwards. There'll be two trials happening in two different cities, one in Mumbai and another one in Delhi, because if these two cases are separate, then that's how it will be playing out. Mr. Behra, last question. It is David Coleman Headley's testimony which has nailed Tahawwur Hussain Rana. David Coleman Headley, of course, was an eyewitness. He turned an approver, and that's the reason why he was saved. The question is, what next in this case? Of course, we will get to know lots about the entire conspiracy, the role of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, during the course of this investigation with Tahawwur Hussain Rana. But what about David Coleman Headley? Has he gotten away?
No. You see, actually, when these two persons were arrested by the FBI in 2009, in the month of October, so we had an access to Headley, thanks to the diplomacy, thanks to the good relations, thanks to the good work, and we actually could examine David Coleman Headley and get some information. But that did not happen in respect of Rana. So that is the one part of this. But in the process, what has happened is that David Coleman Headley actually invoked plea bargaining and with the concerned court in America. And on the basis of that plea bargaining, he will not be extradited to any country, including India or in Denmark or some other places wherever there is a case. So anything you have to do, it has to be done in American soil. So he cannot be extradited as on date, as per the law now, or whatever is. If there's something changes subsequently, I do not know, but he cannot be extradited. Whereas the Tahawwur Rana actually was sentenced for 14 years of imprisonment for Denmark case, and he was acquitted for Mumbai case. But that will be again Mumbai case. Then whether actually there was a question whether it will be a double jeopardy. So the US court has also been convinced that it will not be a double jeopardy, and he can be tried here. So Tahawwur Rana's role is that, look, he will be telling something, I believe, I personally am very convinced, will be telling something which will be very relevant and maybe more information than we know. So it is important. So am I clear about this?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. I mean, it's been a pleasure having you at this moment. Fantastic work done by you and the agency and, you know, successive governments for us to, in fact, see this day where Tahawwur Rana, one of the key conspirators, is on Indian soil. Thank you for joining us at this moment. Sandeep, let me bring you in. A lot of people, and especially their handlers possibly today in Pakistan, would be watching this, and this picture which has been released by the National Investigation Agency, one of the coldest pictures on Twitter or on X today, where Tahawwur Rana is standing on Indian soil, the soil where they unleashed that carnage. What would be happening there? How would they be looking at these developments? Is there a sense that there is still efforts on by the Indian side, by the Indian government, to get the hands of the law to the real conspirators in Pakistan as well?
Well, absolutely, Ankit. And I believe Tahawwur Hussain Rana, as Mr. Behra mentioned, is so crucial for us because he is going to uncover the links of the Pakistan army and the deep state to the 26/11 attack. Like I said, this was an attack that was carried, it was planned, resourced, trained for by the Pakistan military. That includes the Pakistan army, the ISI, and the Pakistan Navy. the LET guys, the foot soldiers, were just the cutouts that actually carried out the attack. Tahawwur Hussain Rana is very important because he was an undercover ISI cell that was planted in North America. Like the ISI, like all intelligence agencies, they have cells, they have sleeper agents in various countries. Tahawwur Hussain Rana was one of those sleeper cells that was operating in Canada and the United States. He recruited David Headley because he saw Headley as being the ultimate double agent. He is a man with two names. He had a Pakistani name. He was Dawood Gilani, and then he changed his name to David Coleman Headley to pass off as an American so that he could carry out this reconnaissance between 2006 and 2008. So that is really Tahawwur Hussain Rana's importance. And this actually, the message that comes out of this arrest and extradition of Tahawwur Hussain Rana to the handlers, to the military masterminds in Pakistan is that you're not safe. You can bet that the Indian state will come after you. It will take 17 years, but we will eventually get you. We will extradite you. We will stand trial. The world will know of the kind of conspiracy that you try to pull off. You try to massacre 1,000 Mumbaikars. The plan for 26/11, Ankit, was diabolical. I've seen the assessments that our agencies made after the attacks. It was to kill over 1,000 Mumbaikars. They wanted to have 5 parallel sieges, including one at the VT station and at the new wing of the Taj Hotel. Those two didn't happen. Fortunately for us, the casualties came down. It was 166 casualties, still a very large number, but still it wasn't what the planners wanted. And of course, the last and the final piece of the puzzle was that they wanted this to look like Indians had attacked Indians. That did not happen because of that very, very brave Mumbai police constable officer Tukaram Omble, who grappled with Kasab, who captured him alive, and he told the tale of how the Pakistan army, the Pakistan ISI had trained these guys, sent them across, and after Ajmal Kasab, Ankit, Tahawwur Hussain Rana is the most crucial evidence linking the Pakistan state to the 26/11 attacks.
Multiple dossiers have been sent by India, and perhaps after what Tahawwur Hussain Rana tells the investigating agencies, India will be able to make a better case. And we are certainly hoping that the real planners who along with Tahawwur Hussain Rana are now on the other side of the border in Pakistan will be brought to justice as well. They have to face the Indian justice system. But these visuals, ladies and gentlemen, let's be clear, is about the victory of Indian diplomacy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There has been relentless effort that has been put forth by the External Affairs Ministry, by the Home Ministry, and that's what we are seeing today play out. Let me go straight to Ghazali, who's joining us live again from where Tahawwur Hussain Rana is expected to arrive any moment now. The entire Patiala House Court has been turned into a fortress, Ghazali, but we still do not know when is he expected, or do we know now?
We don't know as of now that when is he expected. It still may take more than an hour or so, is what we are being told, before the trial begins or before he is produced in the court. Because the traffic here suggests that perhaps he is not left the headquarters from where he will be brought to the court. So there is still a suspense, no clarity as to by what time the trial will begin or by what time he'll be produced in the court. Because in the court, perhaps the only argument will be about the judicial custody or the custody by the agencies. So it may not take very long inside the court as far as the trial is concerned or as far as what happens inside the court after he is produced. But the exact time by when the trial begins is still unsure. We are trying to keep an eye across the road on the movement of the cops, and anytime if a senior official moves around this area, we are alert to track whether it's Rana who is being brought to the court. But as of now, no clarity. But what are some legal luminaries here who are also here to witness what happens inside the court, they suggest that perhaps it may not take very long before the court decides as to what will happen with the custody of Rana, whether he is sent to the judicial custody or to the custody of the agencies.
Right, important it would be. Of course, we are expecting that the agencies will get an opportunity to question Tahawwur Hussain Rana, the first visuals that you are seeing. You know, these are two pictures, ladies and gentlemen. One, when he was in the custody of the United States, lot has passed through because remember, it's been 16 years. He's now a 64-year-old man. And at this moment, in fact, he's facing his worst nightmare. He is on the Indian soil, which Tahawwur Rana and the likes of him will consider an enemy state. He is in the enemy state, in the custody of our security agencies, and at this moment, all set to face the full brute might of the Indian judicial system in one of the biggest, in fact, terror attacks that took place on our soil. We'll continue to get you more details. Let me very quickly go across to Mr. Vasan. Mr. Vasan, other agencies are also involved. They would also want, a piece of Tahawwur Rana, question him as well. What will be those key, pieces of that puzzle that they would be looking at Tahawwur Rana to unravel, in fact, at this moment?
See, the most important thing which the investigation agencies like NIA and Bombay Police, they will try to get information out of Mr. Tahawwur Rana, and then, as Mr. Bara also explained, verify the information shared by him or revealed by him, collect evidence in support of that information to ensure a logical trial to this man who played havoc with this country. This thing, number one. Other agencies, law enforcement agencies, will also be interested in having the information in the sense this is not one-time a terror attack. There have been various instances, various efforts which might have failed. So that information will also become relevant. That what kind of planning, what kind of the work which goes behind this terror attack on this country. So that is also very important because that will help us in preventing such attacks in future. And that information will be crucial.
Vanshi, as someone who has worked in ATS, what is it that the anti-terror organization, such as that body, will be interested in knowing from Tahawwur Hussain Rana? Okay. Mr. Raghuvanshi, if you heard me, sir.
Yes, sorry, your question was directed to me. Please repeat.
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to know what are the questions that is there on the minds of the investigating agencies. You know, multiple agencies, NSG and NIA was involved in bringing him on Indian soil. It is the entire extradition was carried out by them. But what about ATS? What is it that they would be interested in knowing?
ATS is also part of Indian police and Indian agencies only. Now, only question is, as far as Mumbai is concerned, since Headley and Rana, they had visited Mumbai number of times. They have exchanged a lot of information through mail and otherwise. Now, this will be very important to know when they came to India, when they were doing as a part of conspiracy, their visit here, whether any Indian hand or Indian operative was actively participated, because Jane Anjane is a different thing. But whether anybody from India was also part of it, because when investigation was done, it was only when after Kasab's information, which was initially when Kasab's information was revealed, Kasab revealed the information, and whatever was recovered quickly from the sea when the small boat owner and his servant was killed, and all those other equipments which they have brought and they have kept it there. They were really not knowing whether they will die or they will be alive. They were told, because I remember it when we were monitoring the conversation, one of the accused who was killed at Chabad House, he was crying that I was not told that I will be killed. I want to come back home. I was to come back home. So all these things, when Rana, who paid so many visits, who gave money, who opened the office for the Headley here in Mumbai, whether any Indian hand was involved. And second thing will be important was mentioned by earlier speaker. Earlier, it was revealed by Kasab himself that there are about 50 fellows were selected. 50 fellows were selected for the training. Ultimately, after fitness, they had to have a various kind of hardships, and who were ultimately 20 were finalized, and 14 were to be dispatched. So it was clear for every point they have kept two. So that means there are two or maybe more targets were identified. And secondly, it has come earlier in his statement that he has moved all over the country. He has moved to Delhi, he has moved to Hapur, he has moved to other places, Hyderabad. Whether Mumbai was the only place or there were other places also. And any important thing which is relevant for the investigation, maybe after 17 years have left. But in the investigation, if any Indian hand or any interesting thing which can help in preventing future such attacks, or investigate agencies or the security agencies can plan accordingly.
Very important what you are saying, sir. Sandeep, let me bring you in at this moment. Initially, and we have seen that time and again with Pakistan, the first reaction is denial. They are not Pakistani citizens. We don't know about them. We don't know how these people came in. And then layer by layer, the evidence keep coming, and then Pakistan is forced to admit as far as these people are concerned. But with Tahawwur Hussain Rana, the first reaction has been, of course, there is a link. He has served in the Pakistani army. He's a Pakistani citizen. He was a Pakistani citizen. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Pakistan says he has not updated his documents of citizenship in the last 2 decades or so. Will that be enough for Pakistan to once again feign deniability?
Well, Ankit, Pakistan is a country that is addicted to terrorism as an instrument of state policy. And I say this with a lot of seriousness because we have seen several such incidents in the past few decades. Osama bin Laden, the mastermind of 9/11, was staying near a Pakistan military academy in Abbottabad, reportedly sheltered by the ISI. They got away with that. So, why do we expect them to come out clean on Tahawwur Hussain Rana? They will do this. Deniability is part of Pakistan's strategy. One is using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. This is possibly the only country on earth where 3 of their 4 neighbors have directly accused them of sheltering terrorists and using it against them. You have India, of course, for several decades now. You have Iran, who accuses Pakistan of sheltering terrorists. And things are so bad, Ankit, that even the Taliban-ruled Afghanistan is accusing Pakistan of sheltering terrorists. I mean, that's how bad things are. And this is, for Pakistan, terrorism is an instrument of state policy. It is unlikely to give this up because it sees this as, a utilitarian tool of diplomacy. Just as we use our diplomats, Pakistan uses terrorism.
Then my subsequent question to that would be that, how does then that help us, Indian side, to once again put pressure or at least nail Pakistan as far as this case is concerned? Yes. Because, many of the things what Tahawwur Rana did are already, you have also detailed them in your book. How does this help us take that case forward?
Well, we can just make a case that the Pakistan deep state was involved in this, Ankit. The fact that there were generals of the Pakistan army, the ISI, who were involved. This came out in David Headley's interrogation to the NIA in 2010. But now you have Tahawwur Hussain Rana, who is a mole of the Pakistan state, was planted in North America, coming out and detailing the fine links of the Pakistan military to these attacks. Who gave them the money, who gave them the directions, who did the planning, who did the training. All of that could come out to Tahawwur Hussain Rana's statements to the NIA and the Indian authorities. But I'm not very hopeful of anything spectacular coming out of this, Ankit. Given the fact that how Pakistan is a state that is constantly in denial, that infrastructure of terrorism that exists over there is unlikely to be dismantled. It has to be done, I hate to say this, it has to be done with force. And that is something that no country is willing to do because of the fact that they are a nuclear armed state. And they have beautifully crafted the sword and shield strategy, where they use the shield of nuclear weapons and one of the world's largest militaries to protect the sword of terrorism, which they use against all their neighbors. Okay. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day whether you give them dossiers, you give them evidence. They will deny everything and admit to nothing.
Okay. Mr. Vasan, let me give you the last word on this show. My question is that when, Abu Salim was extradited to India. There was an understanding which was reached with the Portuguese. The government of Portugal was that he will not be given a death sentence. Is there a similar agreement which has been agreed upon in this particular case with the Americans?
Not to my knowledge, because the capital punishment is awarded in several states in the United States, which was not the case with Portugal, because there the capital punishment is not awarded, and that's why that country, that is Portugal, asked for a sovereign undertaking that whenever he will be tried and punished, he shall not be awarded capital punishment. I don't think this is going to happen in case of Tahawwur Rana.
All right, that brings us to the end of this broadcast. Sandeep, KP Raghuvanshi and Navneet Vasan, thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV. And Ankit, we have Vishnu right here in the studio who will be taking forward this conversation.
All right, thanks very much. We're going to be carrying on with this conversation in just a few moments. Good evening and welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. April 10th, 2025, a day that will echo through the chapters of justice. After 17 long years, Tahawwur Rana, the Pakistani-Canadian mastermind behind the horrific 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, has finally landed on Indian soil. Extradited from the United States after a relentless diplomatic battle, this is not just a reality check for the terrorist, it's a thunderous victory for India in an unyielding fight against terror. Tonight, the nation holds its breath as the man who helped orchestrate the slaughter of 166 innocent lives, fathers, mothers, children, steps into the jaws of justice. All that and a lot more coming up.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine, finer, Finesta.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else.
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. April 10th, 2025, a day that will echo through the chapters of justice in India. After 17 long years, Tahawwur Rana, the Pakistani-Canadian mastermind behind the horrific 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, has finally landed on Indian soil, Delhi. Extradited from the United States after a relentless diplomatic battle, this is not just a reality check for the terrorist, it's a thunderous victory for India in an unyielding fight against terror. Tonight, the nation holds its breath as the man who helped orchestrate the slaughter of 166 innocent lives, fathers, mothers, children, steps into the jaws of justice in our country. This is no ordinary moment. The 26/11 attacks tore through Mumbai's heart, leaving scars that still burn in our collective memory. For years, India demanded accountability, chasing every single lead, knocking on every door, while Rana hid behind legal loopholes abroad. But today that chase has ended. His arrival marks a seismic shift, a testament to India's zero-tolerance resolve and a diplomatic triumph that saw the US Supreme Court reject his final pleas. From the ashes of 26/11, a message rings clear. No terrorist, no matter how far they run, can escape India's grasp. But the question on everyone's mind tonight, will Tahawwur Rana meet the same fate as Ajmal Kasab, the lone gunman hanged in 2012? As the National Investigation Agency prepares to interrogate him in Delhi before a potential trial in Mumbai, the stakes could not be higher. Will Rana's secrets unravel Pakistan's role further? Will he hang like Kasab, or will justice take another path? This is more than a trial, it is a reckoning. It's a massive win in India's war on terror, proving that justice delayed is not necessarily justice denied. Stay with us as we bring you every twist, every turn in this very important chapter. Well, we've got several of our correspondents tracking this story right now, Aishwarya, Ghazali and Sunil Prabhu. Ghazali, let me come to you first. The first pictures have now emerged of Tahawwur Hussain Rana in India. What happens next?
We don't know yet whether he has been brought to the NIA headquarters where Sunil is based, but we are picking up that he is very likely to be brought here for physical appearance in the Patiala House Court. The public prosecutor, another senior lawyer, advocate who will be representing the NIA, they are already inside the court. The judge has also come in. We are also being told that a lawyer from the Delhi Legal Services Authority will be representing Tahawwur Rana. Now, all eyes on the entrance of gate number 4, from where he is likely to be brought in. The security has been beefed up here. We are not getting any word by what time Tahawwur Hussain Rana will be brought here, but what we are picking up is that there is very likely that he will be brought in for the physical appearance in the court. And inside the court, the legal experts suggest that the argument will be very simple in terms that either it will be judicial custody or the agencies will press for Tahawwur Rana's custody to get more details. And once he is brought in here, even if it is judicial custody, he will be sent back to Tihar, where already the security has been beefed up for a special cell for Tahawwur Rana. And a prominent challenge for the agencies would be to get a word about all who sort of assisted Rana while he was doing recce, not just in Mumbai, but other locations before the 26/11 attack. And it is not the first time that he will be facing investigating agencies. As you know, that he has underwent a trial and he was convicted there in the United States as well, where he was interrogated by the agency. So he is a hardened terrorist, and to get the facts out, to get all the details from Tahawwur Hussain Rana will be a challenge for the agencies as well.
Sunil, what is the process in terms of the NIA right now? We've got these images up on our screens. The first one of Tahawwur Hussain Rana in India. As far as the NIA and its investigation here onwards, what happens?
Well, now that they've got him, it's a big, they have to really piece through the puzzles that they have to do, ensure that in 26/11 there were many unanswered questions. Hopefully, he who has worked very closely with David Headley will be able to actually explain who were those guys who really set up this immigration firm that he had, who facilitated this movement between India and Pakistan to do all the recce's that were required. And let's remember, it was just not Mumbai, it was also Delhi. The National Defense Academy also, the college was pictured. So there have been a lot of events that had taken place, a lot of things to be together. Who are the state actors, the non-state actors, what is the role of the Pakistan government, the Pakistan Army, the establishment, the ISI. These are things that will have to be finally got from him. He's, as Ghazali pointed out, a hardened terrorist who has already gone through that entire process in America. But definitely the big point for India's security agency is to be able to crack and we get him to speak on various aspects, even though he is now saying that he's suffering from Parkinson's and a whole lot of other issues, and has tried every trick in the trade to delay his entry back into India through the extradition process. So it's definitely going to be a tough task for the security agencies to ensure that he's brought to justice. As Ghazali was pointing out, he will have his lawyer with him. The prison vehicle is expected to go to Patiala court here in the NIA headquarters. All precautions have been made, but we have been waiting. We have been waiting for over 14 hours now for his arrival. Hopefully, we will wait and see as soon as the judicial court, the special designated NI court, takes a decision on that, whether he'll come to the NI headquarters or go straight to Tihar jail for his special cell.
All right, Aishwarya, you've been tracking, his arrival in India. It's been a very long journey. He was flown out by a special aircraft. He landed shortly after 6:20 p.m. In the evening. Could you just run up through that entire sequence? Apparently, there were sky marshals who were also involved, possibly U.S. agents. So could you just run us through what happened as he came into India?
Well, it was a coordinated effort by the NIA, NSG, Home Ministry officials and the Ministry of External Affairs as well that possibly had helped the US officials over there for a successful extradition of Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and it was around 6 to 7 p.m. when Tahawwur Hussain Rana landed in Delhi, and emotions were running very, very high as far as the 26/11 Mumbai attack survivors are concerned. They all wanted to see that one glimpse of Tahawwur Hussain Rana in custody of the NIA, and that picture was released by the National Investigation Agency, where we can see the NIA officials along with Tahawwur Hussain Rana. And certainly what we can confirm to our viewers right now, as I'm standing outside the Palam Technical Airport, that all of those vehicles, the bulletproof car, the squad personals, the ambulances that have gone inside have not come out yet. So the paperwork after that was done inside the Palam Technical Airport. The NIA stated that after arrival at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, which consists of this airport as well, all the airports are connected. Soon after that, the medical examination was done at this very airport, and the senior officials from all of those agencies who were the part of this coordinated effort have gone inside, and finally the paperwork is done. We are still not sure whether Tahawwur Hussain Rana has left the Palam Technical Airport, because the security is still intact as what we had been reporting since this evening or in the afternoon as well. The police personnel have still been deployed, and at the stretch the agencies wanted to have a very, very smooth passage for Tahawwur Hussain Rana to take him from the Palam Technical Airport towards the Patiala House Court or either the NIA headquarters.
Well, joining us now, AP Singh, former director of the CBI, Yashovardhan Jha Azad, the former police officer and ex-special director in the Intelligence Bureau, and also Ajay Bagga, a survivor of the 26/11 attack. Mr. Bagga, let me come to you first. Where were you when 26/11 was taking place?
Yeah, my wife, Rajita Kulkarni, and I were at the Taj at the Masala Craft restaurant. One of our friends, a German member of European Parliament, was visiting with a big parliamentary delegation. And India had a very narrow escape because that whole bus of the parliamentarians got delayed at the Bombay airport. They wanted to meet some Bollywood personalities, so they went towards Juhu instead of coming to the hotel, and by the time they reached, the attacks had started. Our friend came earlier, and she's a very senior German politician. We were just starting dinner at about 9:25, 9:30. 9:30, the first firing started, and I just looked out and I saw somebody shooting into the Golden Dragon restaurant, which is about 30 meters from where we were. And luckily that door, used to look like a steel wall, and there was no latch inside. I just tied up the door with, the napkins, the tableware, and people were not ready to move. We were telling there is shooting outside. Our friend had been in a terror hostage situation in Sri Lanka earlier, so she was well trained. That lady, she told us this is now becoming a hostage situation. She called the German embassy everywhere. And so we were then hiding in the kitchen. Vishnu, both sides, there were people killed. On the right was the Shamiana 24/7 coffee shop. And on the left was Golden Dragon. There, nobody survived. Everyone was killed there. We were providentially safe in Masala Craft. And then after 2 hours, the hotel moved us to the chambers through the basement area of the staff entrance. We were moved out to the chambers, and we were there. About 200 people were there. Unfortunately, a politician gave a media interview, and he said 200 CEOs and very senior people of Mumbai are trapped here in chambers, and we want to be rescued. And this was live on media. And there the call came कि हिंदुस्तान का वजीर है, फंसा हुआ है चेंबर्स में, तुम चेंबर्स में जाओ. And they came around 3:30. They entered chambers and opened fire. Just then, Vishnu, our evacuation had started from the fire escape. One old lady fell down. I bent down to pick her up, and I told Rajita that we'll not push. People were pushing and running down. I said, we'll not push. We'll wait for our turn. We were in the line, and then all of a sudden in front of us, there was nobody alive. One Taj staffer turned, and that saved our life. He took bullets in his back, and we hid in a conference room lying on the ground for the next about 7 hours. And through the night, he was crying, and we had nothing but aspirins and whatever people had in terms of painkillers. There were 2 doctors with us. We tied up his wounds as well as we could, but he made it to hospital, but he did not survive finally. But actually, we saw people, a line in front of you of human beings, and then all of a sudden, there's nobody left, all were killed. So that was the thing. And then NST came at 10, and as we came out, that was the footage you showed yesterday. As we came out, they started firing from the upper floors. So whole night, they tried to break into the chambers. There was one commando who kept firing back. So, their firing was AK-47s, 56, very heavy firing and machine gun firing, while our side was a small tick, tick sound would come. One policeman with a revolver was guarding us. And we were all lying down in the lavender room and the other conference rooms. 5:30, I thought it's over because huge smoke started coming in. They were throwing grenades from the top to try to break the building. And very heavy smoke came in. We couldn't breathe. I thought it's over because there was a flimsy door between us and them. But somehow God was kind, and we made it out by 10 o'clock.
Ankur Chawla, an author and a survivor of 26/11, also with us. Ankur, where were you when the attacks took place?
I was actually right next to Golden Dragon itself, in a bar called Harbour Bar. So at that point of time, like Sir mentioned, we were over there, and I was just a few months into my job as a management trainee to the Taj Hotels. But we had gone, there were internal stairs to Wasabi, a Japanese restaurant. We had gone there, and then from the back areas, we also reached to the same place, like Sir mentioned, towards the chambers. And then I think about 2:33 p.m., is when we all thought, or we got a lot of pressure to do the evacuations. And I think that's where I think a lot of mess happened because of that. And then terrorists came from all over the place, and they were, really shooting up in the air to whoever, and whatever comes to, to them. There were 2 batches who could evacuate as well, and it was quite surprising and very respectful to see that there were some Taj managers who had gone out to drop the survivors, and then they came back in to take another batch as well. Unfortunately, after the second batch, I think the shooting started, because of which we could not do anything, and everybody ran wherever they could. There were a lot of people, like you mentioned, in the chambers, but I was towards the the human chain, which was sort of taking out the survivors. So we had to run downstairs towards the lockers and then the linen room and the laundry room, along with a few other managers and the people from the Taj. Next day morning at about 8:39 is when, of course, we were in touch with everyone outside. So next day in the morning at about 8:39 is when we really got calls that there will be commandos to come and rescue and evacuate you guys out as well, along with the management. So we were again lucky enough to just come out in the morning at about 8:39 and sort of get out.
We're also joined by a real hero, Anjali Kulte, a nurse who saved the lives of 20 pregnant women. अंजलि जी, थैंक यू, आप हमारे साथ बात कर रहे हैं। 26 नवंबर 2008 को आप एल्ब्लेस हॉस्पिटल में थे, एक एंटीनेटल वार्ड में आप उस वक्त थे, काम कर रहे थे। 20 प्रेग्नेंट लेडीज़ आपके साथ, आपके अंडर थे, आपके केयर में थे, और अजमल कसाब उस हॉस्पिटल को स्टॉर्म किया था, गन फायर शुरू हुआ था, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स को मारा गया था, उस वक्त आपने किया क्या?
मैं उस रात नाइट ड्यूटी में थी और मेरे वार्ड में एंटीनेटल केयर यूनिट वार्ड में 20 प्रेग्नेंट वुमन थी और जैसे कि हमें हॉस्पिटल में फ़ोन पे पता चला कि सीएसटी स्टेशन पर फायरिंग हो रही है, तो आपको इमरजेंसी तैयारी करनी है। तो जैसे हम काम में लगे हुए थे तो 9:30 पौने 10 के दरमियान हमें जब कामा हॉस्पिटल के पीछे के रास्ते से आवाज़ें सुनाई दी फायरिंग की। तो जब हम खिड़की से झाँक रहे थे तो हमने देखा कि 2 टेररिस्ट आगे भाग रहे थे और अपनी पुलिस जो है फायरिंग कर रही थी। उस वक़्त कामा हॉस्पिटल का गेट काफ़ी छोटा होने की वजह से वो लोग छलांग लगाकर अंदर आ गए थे और उन्होंने जब मेजॉरिटी में हमें खिड़की पे झाँकते हुए देखा तो उन्होंने फायर किए थे। उसमें मेरी एक सर्वेंट थी जो ज़ख्मी हो गई थी और उसे फिर मैं कैजुअल्टी में लेके गई थी। तब तक कामा हॉस्पिटल में किसी को मालूम नहीं था कि टेररिस्ट कामा हॉस्पिटल के अंदर आ चुके हैं। लेकिन जब मैंने वो सर्वेंट को कैजुअल्टी में लेके गई, तब जब मैंने ऑन ड्यूटी जो आरएमओ थे उनको बताया और कि भई सीएसटी स्टेशन से जो टेररिस्ट फायरिंग कर रहे थे वो अभी अपने हॉस्पिटल में आ गए हैं। तो उनकी वजह से ही अभी ये ज़ख्मी हो गई है, तो आप पुलिस को फ़ोन करो। उन्होंने पुलिस को फ़ोन करने के बाद पुलिस 5 मिनट में कामा हॉस्पिटल में आ गई थी और उस वक़्त जब मैं अपने वार्ड की तरफ फिर से जाने लगी तो मैंने देखा कि वो टेररिस्ट जो है मेन गेट पर दोनों सिक्योरिटी गार्ड को फायर किए थे और वो ज़ख्मी होकर नीचे गिर गए थे। ये देखकर तो मैं काफ़ी घबरा गई और अपनी वार्ड की तरफ भागी थी और मैंने अपना वार्ड का मेन गेट बंद किया और सभी 20 प्रेग्नेंट वुमन को उनको एक छोटे से रूम में जहाँ पेशेंट के पैंट्री में 10 बाय 10 के रूम में उनको शिफ्ट किया और सभी मोबाइल स्विच ऑफ कर दिए थे। और जैसे कि अभी वो टेररिस्ट ऊपर की तरफ भागे थे, तब तक पुलिस आ चुकी थी और फायरिंग चालू हो गई थी। फायरिंग चालू थी और हैंड ग्रेनेड भी फेंके जा रहे थे। और ऐसी सिचुएशन में मेरी एक पेशेंट थी सीवियर हाइपरटेंशन की, उसको सीवियर लेबर पेन शुरू हो गए थे और ऐसे वक्त पेशेंट को गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट और पीडियाट्रिशियन की ज़रूरत होती है क्योंकि ये नॉर्मल डिलीवरी नहीं हो सकती है। जब मैंने डॉक्टर को फ़ोन किया और बताया कि पेशेंट को लेबर पेन शुरू हो रहा है तो आप पेशेंट को देखने के लिए आ सकते हैं क्या? तो उन्होंने बोला ऐसे सिचुएशन में मैं नहीं आ सकती और उस वक्त मुझे ऐसे लगा कि पेशेंट को शिफ्ट करना ज़रूरी है क्योंकि उस वक्त पेशेंट के लिए और जो उसके पेट में बच्चा था उसके लिए दोनों की जान बचना ज़रूरी था और उसके लिए मुझे पेशेंट को लेबर वार्ड में शिफ्ट करना मैंने ज़रूरी समझा और मैं वो पेशेंट को स्टेयरकेस से शिफ्ट करने लगी क्योंकि लिफ्ट से तो मैं पेशेंट को नहीं ले जा सकती थी क्योंकि लिफ्ट के ऊपर भी फायरिंग हो रही थी। ऐसे सिचुएशन में पेशेंट को मैं दीवार को सटक के पेशेंट को मैं आगे और पेशेंट का हाथ पकड़कर मैं वो पेशेंट को लेबर वार्ड तक शिफ्ट किया और फिर से अपने वार्ड में आ गई थी।
जी।
उस रात को उसी की डिलीवरी हो गई थी वो पेशेंट की और एक बच्ची ने जन्म लिया था जिसका नाम उस घटना को याद के तौर पर उन्होंने गोली ही रखा है और मुझे याद है कि उसके बाद हम लोग सुबह 7:30 बजे तक उस छोटे से रूम में पैंट्री में उस 20 पेशेंट को लेके मैं थी और जब पुलिस आई और उन्होंने कहा कि अभी आप गेट खोलो, उसके बाद गेट खोला गया
जी।
और
तो
उसके
पूरा
बाद
रात आपको वहाँ ठहरना पड़ा, रुकना पड़ा और तब तक जब तक पुलिस नहीं आए तब तक आपका कोई आइडिया नहीं था कि बाहर क्या हो रहा था। अंजलि जी, एक मिनट में AP Singh, the former director of CBI, also with us. I'd like to go across to him. these are just
Yeah,
frightening accounts, and some of these accounts in this amount of clarity, I don't think have ever been broadcast before. And I think, spare a thought for Anjali Kulte, who just spoke to us, the number of lives that she saved in a dire, dire situation at the Kama hospital. But my question to you, Mr. Singh, is, look, we know the involvement of Pakistani generals, we know the involvement of the ISI, we know the involvement of terror modules, certainly those who trained David Coleman Headley. We know what Tahawwur Rana has done. With Rana back in India, what more are we looking to get by way of information?
Vishnu, first of all, all these descriptions are absolutely horrific. The incidents they're describing.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine how anybody could do, commit crimes like this. But anyway, now coming to your point, Rana is a very key person in this whole attack, in the conspiracy. He has organized everything. He knows all the state players in Pakistan, the ISI. He will expose them. He will expose the Pakistani deep state when he's interrogated. Earlier you had Hadley. He was in US custody. They had told him that he will not be extradited. So he was not, he really was not under any pressure. He did give statements, but he was under no pressure. Rana is going to be under a lot of pressure because he's going to be interrogated in great detail. He's available in India. And so I think that this has been a big achievement for the Indian government to get him extradited there. And I definitely think that President Trump gets a lot of credit for this because he was categorical. He said in February that we are sending him back. So I think it's really going to work out well. It's a great extradition. The last time we had a good extradition like this was Abdul Salem in 2004 or 2005. After that, you haven't been able to extradite anybody of importance in this country.
What I'd like to do, Mr. Singh, is actually tell our viewers and explain to our viewers how a lot of things actually changed from the time of 26/11. I've got this explainer which will give you an idea. Since the 26/11 Mumbai attacks in November 2008, India has undergone significant transformations in our approach to combating terrorism. The coordinated assault by the Lashkar, which killed 166 people and injured over 300, exposed critical vulnerabilities in our security framework and spurred a series of reforms aimed at strengthening our counter-terrorism capabilities. Let's look at institutional reforms because this resulted in the creation of the NIA, the National Investigating Agency. Because shortly after the attacks, Parliament established that the NIA as a federal agency was necessary to investigate and prosecute terrorism-related cases. There was the strengthening of the National Security Guard, the NSG. These are NSG commandos. India's elite counter-terrorism force did play a pivotal role in ending the 26/11 siege, but its delayed deployment because of logistical challenges and the distance from Mumbai, the primary base near Delhi, highlighted the need for improvement. And state-level anti-terrorism squads have been set up, recognizing the importance of rapid first response. Many states bolstered or created ATS units, immediate reaction units to handle counter-terrorism operations. There were also legal and policy enhancements, amendments to the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, or UAPA. In 2008, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act was amended to include stricter provisions such as extended detention periods for suspects and measures to curb terror financing. India now has a zero-tolerance policy. We've adopted a more assertive stance towards terrorism. This shift is evident in proactive military actions, the 2016 surgical strikes, the 2019 Balakot airstrike, where terrorist infrastructure was struck in Pakistan in response to terror attacks like Uri and Pulwama. Intelligence and coordination improvements. There was a multi-agency center, or an MAC, which was set up. The 26/11 attacks revealed severe intelligence sharing gaps between agencies like the Intelligence Bureau, the Research and Analysis Wing, and State Police. The MAC established pre-26/11 was being underutilized. That was fixed. Coastal security enhancement. Remember, these terrorists came in these boats. The attackers' arrival by sea exposed India's porous coastline. After 26/11, the government launched the Coastal Surveillance Network. There were radar stations and automatic identification systems which were set up. International cooperation. India leveraged global outrage over 26/11 to deepen counter-terrorism ties. The US, for instance, signed an agreement in 2016 to share terror-related information. And of course, diplomatic leverage, where we pushed for sanctions against Pakistan-based groups like the Jamaat-ud-Dawa, which is the Lashkar-e-Toiba front at the UN Security Council. So many steps have been taken by India throughout this period, and that is why we are at the stage when Tahawwur Hussain Rana is in India today. Let me go across quickly to Yashwardhan Jha Azad. We don't have him. I'll go back to Mr. A.P. Singh. Mr. Singh, in terms of the plot itself, there are some suggestions that, in as much as 166 people were killed, what these terrorists were actually trying to do is attack and kill many more people, perhaps up to 1,000. Is there a sense that, the scale of this could have been much, much worse had it not been for the actions of, policemen, the NSG, etc.?
Yes, definitely it could have been much worse, but I still feel that there was some time lag in the reaction. People did not realize that this is actually a terrorist attack. It took them time to, get moving. Initially, they thought it was a gang war of Bombay, some gang fight. But once they got together, then it was a very concerted action. It took time, but finally they did do the job.
I just want to go back to, some of those who survived all of this. Ajay Baga, let me come back to you. Have you been able to deal with what you went through on that day? Does it keep coming back to you?
It does. A lot of board meetings happen in chambers. I was a member of the chambers, so I had to go back in a month I went through the entire route that we had taken, right from Masala Craft through the basement, the staff entrances, and to the chambers. And we went and hugged all the employees who survived. A lot of Taj employees gave up their lives to save us. They were led by Hemant Oberoi, who was there yesterday on your show, Vishnu. And I think 2 or 3 things stood out. NDTV, I have special affection for. Shivnath was there, and Shivnath Tukral was outside. Yeah. And I was in touch with him. He's a good friend of mine. And throughout, I was taking Justice Somashekar. He used to be a lawyer at that time. Now he's a High Court Justice. And he was guiding us. He said, don't try anything foolhardy. Don't move around. Just you lie down. And, when the Marcos came, I mean, the information was very poorly, disseminated. So all media, my brother was seeing in London, and he said Marcos have the Navy commandos came in, Vishnu. They cleaned up the old Taj. They went into the old Taj, and then they were withdrawn. And media was flashing, it's over. And I told my brother, and then he got in touch with Shivnath, because by that time we were lying down and these guys were outside. So he told Shivnath that there is a big contingent in chambers. So I think those mistakes were made. If the Navy commandos at least had stopped these guys from moving around the hotel, going room to room and killing people, that happened in Oberoi's. Oberoi shut down the lifts immediately. And, one very remarkable story was there, that there were 2 commandos of South African army who were here for IPL security. They were in the Lebanese restaurant at the top, Vishnu. They evacuated the entire restaurant down the fire escape. They got everybody out. Hindustan Levers had their board meeting. I had just met a couple of them. And their entire who's who of Unilever worldwide was there in the ballroom. They were all quietly evacuated. So wherever there was some training, I'll give you a small example. Both Rajita and I worked in foreign banks. All our Japanese colleagues, Vishnu, when they check into a hotel, they first go down the fire escape. Because of the earthquakes in Japan, they are trained for that. They take rooms near the fire escape. I would laugh at them. What are you doing? What is happening? He said, no, we have to be ready. As a culture, we are not ready. We didn't know really what to do. And but for the Taj staff that day, and some heroic policemen, and finally the NST coming. But it was so delayed that at about 9:45, 10 is when NST was banging on the door. And we didn't know if it's the terrorists pretending to be NST or it's really NST. And then they said, stand back, we are breaking through. They had to break the door because we had tied it up with all the tablecloths. There were no latches in any of the doors. Because of service, the waiters just push it with the elbow or the leg and go through.
Right.
So there were no latches.
Mr. Bagga, half a second, because I want to move on to my other interviews, and we've got very special guests with us. Anjali Kulte, I'll come back to you. Anjali ji, इतने साल हो चुके हैं, पर उस रात के बारे में आप शायद हमेशा सोचते रहेंगे. आप उस रात 26/11 इसको आप हैंडल कैसे करते हैं? आपको साइकोलॉजिकल ट्रॉमा हुआ होगा. आप इतने साल बाद आप हमेशा सोचते रहते हैं उस दिन के बारे में?
हाँ, अभी 26/11 की उस रात को तो कोई भूल नहीं सकता है, क्योंकि भारत देश के लिए ये सबसे दुखद और भयावह ऐसी रात थी वो. और जिस तरह कामा हॉस्पिटल में उसने गोलीबारी की थी, जिस तरह लोगों को मारा था, और वो जो सिचुएशन हम हॉस्पिटल के सभी स्टाफ्स, डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, सभी ने मीन्स वो रात को अभी तक भूले नहीं है. वो रात जिस तरह से उन्होंने हैंड ग्रेनेड फेंके थे और जिस तरह से गोली बारूद की थी, तो वो भयावह रात जो है वो अभी तक किसी के याद से गया नहीं है अभी तक.
जी. Well, it is an absolutely horrific, memory to have. And I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us and sharing all of your experience and, talking about it. But I think in a way this is a day for victory for India after that staggering loss of 26/11. Look at the picture on your screen over there. The man, the bearded man in the brown jumper is Tahawwur Hussain Rana, one of the masterminds of 26/11 on Indian soil, brought back by our National Investigating Agency. He will face justice over here. Justice after so many years. It may be delayed, but he's here after a lengthy legal process to fight to get him over here. And he will face justice. And that is such an important first step. Will that bring closure to all of the people we've spoken to on this program or not? And the countless others who've lost their loved ones, we don't know. But certainly it is a massive step for all of us here in India. We've got two very special guests coming up. Hemant Bhavdhankar, a retired Mumbai police inspector. He fired the bullet which eliminated the driver of the car in which Ajmal Kasab was traveling, and it was with his team, including Tukaram Omle, that they were able to stop this hijacked Skoda, because if Kasab and the terrorists in that car got any further, many more people would have lost their lives. We've also got Kobi Shoshani, the Consul General of Israel in Mumbai. Remember, there was an attack on Chabad House, a Jewish center. People died over there. There were commandos who lost their lives as well. There was a little baby, Moshe, an Israeli national, who made it out alive, saved by his caretaker, Sandra. And it turns out that Kobi Shoshani, the Consul General of Israel, was actually asked by Tel Aviv to come over here immediately after the attack. And he describes in this interview that comes up next what he saw inside Chabad House. Stay tuned.
Fenesta Windows. Beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine, finer, Fenesta.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking bigs?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
By all of these auditors.
SEBI is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of
A very special guest as we go back all those years and look at what happened on 26/11. I'm joined by one of the bravest sons of India, Hemant Bhavdhankar, a retired Mumbai police inspector who played a huge role in the capture of Ajmal Kasab. हेमंत जी नमस्कार, शुक्रिया आप हमारे साथ आज बात कर रहे हैं। 17 साल हो चुके हैं, तहव्वुर राना को अब इंडिया वापस लाया जा रहा है, कुछ ही घंटों में वो इंडिया में होंगे। इस पे आपका क्या रिएक्शन है? आपके ख्याल से अब फाइनली जस्टिस, कानून को सर्व किया जाएगा?
First of all, I would like to congratulate NI team that successfully they are bringing Tahawwur Rana, plotter of 26/11 attack on Mumbai city. And as you said, the justice will be served to all of us, not only the martyrs, innocent people gave their lives there, injured person, but every citizen of India, the justice will be served to them.
Hemant ji, let me ask you a question. You were in that police checkpost when you intercepted that vehicle in which Ajmal Kasab, one of the most dreaded terrorists who'd come across from Pakistan, was seated. It was a hijacked Skoda car, and you played a huge role in his capture. You were part of that team from the DB Marg police station when the driver of the hijacked Skoda car, Abu Ismail Khan, was shot dead. Can you tell us about the encounter?
All terrorists were dreaded terrorists, and 10 terrorists they arrived in Mumbai. Out of those, 2 dreaded terrorists were Abu Ismail and Ajmal Kasab, who were fleeing in a Skoda car towards Girgaon Chowpatty. And we got a message from control room, and we formed that 2 teams. One team consists of 8 police officers and men, including Sanjay Govilkar and Tukaram Omleji. They stood behind the barricades, and myself and Bhaskar Kadam and his detection staff stood on the road divider. The car came at 12:30 there and stopped 50 feet away from the place where we were performing Nakabandi duty. We instructed them, but they did not listen to our instructions. And driver Abu Ismail, who was driving the Skoda car, very fast drove the car towards us and tried to take a U-turn to escape from the place, because three boundaries were jammed. Only one place was available to flee from that place, that is to take U-turn and return to the way they came from Nariman Point. But in that process, the turn was not taken by Abu Ismail perfectly, and the car banged on the road divider where I was standing. And Abu Ismail told a Kasab, and accordingly Kasab took the hand grenade jacket and wiped out the blood on his face. That time it was I was sure that they are the terrorists. I alerted my team, and I tried to approach to nab the Abu Ismail. Immediately he opened the fire. My officer Sanjay Bhaskar Kadam retaliated and shot one fire. I went back of the car, and from there I fired 3 rounds at Abu Ismail. At the same time, the Kasab was sitting next to driver's seat, pretended to be surrendered, putting his hands up in a position. And as we were slowly approaching Abu Ismail, Kasab opened the door and got down from the Skoda. At the same time, Tukaram Ombleji, Sanjay Govilkar, the team rushed towards Kasab to catch him. But the Kasab took out the AK-47 hidden in his jacket and opened the burst fire, which hit Tukaram Omble. And in spite of that, Tukaram Ombleji did not lose the grip over the Kasab, and we thereafter successfully we could catch him successfully.
Hemantji, you were able to subdue Ajmal Kasab. How did that happen?
No, Tukaram Ombleji, Kasab did not get the opportunity to move because of the grip taken by the Tukaram Ombleji. And in that process, we able to catch the Kasab alive there. We had 2 weapons, and rest of the staff was having lathis. In spite of that, they were carrying 2 AK-47, 2 pistols, and 1 live hand grenade in their cache.
Hemantji, this was the first time that you fired your revolver in a situation like this, right?
Exactly. Yes, this was my first encounter where I have to retaliate and fire shot at.
And you were able to eliminate the driver, the terrorist who was driving the car. You eliminated him. That's correct?
Myself and you can say Bhaskar Kadam, who also fired 1 shot at Abu Ismail.
And I think the bottom line, Hemantji, is that if your team hadn't carried out this action, many more innocent lives would have been lost if that car with Kasab and the other terrorists went to another area. That's why we are discussing this, right? The damage would have been much more.
Definitely. But the speed of the team, of my team, was very high at that point of time. When we got the message from control room at 12:15, we had a short meeting. At that time, my entire team told me, being a team leader, they told me that in any case, the car will not pass from this point. And with their support, moral support, we could give that result.
Hemantji, you're one of our bravest sons, you and that entire team, but you lost Assistant Sub-Inspector Tukaram Omble. Could you tell us a little bit about Omble?
Yes, he was a very assistant sub-inspector. he was that day was having very great enthusiastic, and when he reported to me at that point in time, and we were having checking the vehicles at gunpoint and asking the passenger of the car. So at that time, Tukaram Omle, the speed of Tukaram Omle was at very high, and I have to tell him to take care of yourself. And because of him, I think rest of 15 our police personnel could survive that there. Yeah. We can say it is the incarnation that we are having now, because Tukaram Omle gave sacrificed his life over there, and he saved us there. That is what I personally feel.
One final question. You've spoken about the psychological impact that this has had on you. After 17 years, have you been able to deal with that day, that moment, that encounter?
Yes, still when I pass by that spot, I remember, and the emotions just pull up my heart with the emotions, and the statue over there of Mr. Tukaram Omleji, I bow down there and salute him, because whatever we are there now today, because of him only. That is what I personally feel.
So thank you for your bravery. Thank you for speaking to us. And today is an important day for India as that terrorist is brought back into our country. Thank you very much, sir. When we talk about 26/11 and the horrific loss of lives on that day, we should also remember about the horrific loss of lives to Israeli nationals who've lived and made India very much a part of their lives. The attack in the Chabad house in Mumbai is something which has resulted in the loss of lives. It's something that we remember a great deal. The images of a then baby Moshe, saved by his Indian nanny, Sandra, who then became an Israeli national, a young person, now about 18 years of age, and being brought up, we are told, very well by his grandparents in Israel. We're joined by a very special guest now, Consul General Kobi Shoshani. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. How is 26/11 a huge loss for Israel in as much as it is for Indian nationals like me?
Definitely because the incident of Nariman House, but not only because of that. It was a very big event. It was an event all over the world. I was in Israel at that time in 26/11, 2008. I was in Israel, and I saw the horrific, the terrible, the catastrophe that came to the City of Dreams. I didn't aware that within a few days I will fly directly to Mumbai by the order of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I didn't know that I would be here as a permanent, representative a few years afterwards. But I remember this day that I entered to Nariman House, to Chabad House. The building was full of bullets hole, ammunition smell were in the air, and the fear of death among the walls. I remember it like is today. I very frequent visit there, but not only there, also VT Station, Leopold Cafe, definitely the Taj Mahal and other places. And it reminds me these terrible days in the city. And then the effect of this event was not only in India, and I have to say, definitely in Israel, that we thought about it. India is a safe haven for terrorist attack. To see such an event was a big tragedy to us Israeli that like and respect India for being such a beautiful and tourist country.
Consul General, how is baby Moshe today?
I have to tell you the truth. I met him a few times. I haven't seen him for a long time. I assume that he's okay. I don't know him personally so good, but I understand that he's really appreciate India. I think that the Prime Minister met him several times. Also, he was participating in the inauguration of the last Knesset, the Israeli Parliament as well. He would have to be behind the scenes, to grow up after such a big tragedy. It's not an easy task to be, to live a normal life.
And he's been brought up by his grandparents, right?
That's right. I spoke to his grandfather. He's under his, he's a big boy right now. In Israel, the maturity come very early. And I hope that he will visit India soon. I hope so. I think that it's very important for us. It's very important for him, and I think it's also very important for India.
Sandra, who was his nanny, saved his life, and she went on to become, and she is an Israeli national. Her role was immense on that day.
I know the story very well. I'm very often visit Nariman house. Nobody understand what's happened. That how come that the last time that they saw him by the camera was that he was in the third floor. He was a very young boy at that time, and he found himself on the first floor. How he get out from this baby bed and go down to there, and found his parents actually shoot dead down the house. And then Sandra found him and took him out from the house and ran away. She saved his life, definitely. We love her very much. We appreciate the brave and the courage that he made. That it was part of our, respect for good deed that she did for us and for him, and showed the bond between our two nations.
Consul General, you began this conversation by making an interesting point. I was not aware of this. You visited Kabad House within a few days of the attack. How many days of the attack? And what
days.
was
it was, I think, 2-3 days afterwards. I was sent by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I know India quite well. I was here in 1992, right after the establishment of the relations between India, full diplomatic relations between India and Israel. I love India. Then I was sent to here. It was terrible days, I have to tell you, in Mumbai. People, the fear of the eyes of the Mumbaikers. I saw a lot of police outside the roads. Nobody. The entrance to the hotel at that time, I was at Trident Hotel. I was the only foreigner there. I think that I'm the only guest there. I have to say that and then right away I went to see what's happened there. I was shocked. I saw Taj Mahal, which was, I know Taj Mahal not only from the books, also from my previous visits here in India. And I saw what's left over from the terrorist attack. And it was, even today, when I go there, even when I go to VT station, when I go to Leopold Cafe, which is one of my favorite cafe in Mumbai, and I know and I meet so many people. They were there. Some people were at the cafe. Some people were at the hotel, the Taj Mahal. People that was running in the street without know what's going to happen. Nobody expect such tragedy to be happen to the city of dreams. I think that the effect for that, it's extremely, extremely important for me personally as well.
And you went to Kabad House and you smelt, burning over there still, or ammunition. You were mentioning expended ammunition rounds, right?
I have to tell you that the smell of this ammunition, and I was a soldier, like most of the Israeli, or a soldier in the Israeli army, we know what is the smell of ammunition. But when he's in a place that it was a lively place a few days before, when you see bloods, some of the bloods belongs to Indian soldier. Some of the bloods belong to the families, to the guests that were there. Then everything is mixed together. I would like to add, with your permission, one more point, which is, I think, very, very important. The only place in Mumbai that mention all the victims of 26/11 is in Nariman House, in the roof of Nariman House. Every 26/11, I go there and put a wreath to respect all nationalities and religion, by the way. Some of them were Muslims, some of them were Christians, some of them Hindus, some of them Jews, some of them were Indians, some of them are non-Indians. Terrorists, they are not have any distinction between blood. And I think what happened today, I think, is a closure of a circle or a beginning of a closing of the circle of these terrible days. I have to say that I would like to congratulate India, standing firmly. It's a big win for diplomacy. definitely for Prime Minister's government, Modi's government, not to give up and to bring criminal into justice. I think this is not extremely important for only for India. It's also extremely important for the victims and the family of the people who lost their life and injured. Some of them physical and some of them mental. And I met them once in a while. And I think that I don't know if to say happy day, but definitely it's a very important day.
Consul General, thank you so much for speaking to us. It is truly a time for reflection. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफलॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Finer Fenesta.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just
Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world.
मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं. उन्होंने 2008 के उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया.
Gentlemen, a very good evening. We are on Newsnight and I want you to look at this figure on your screens. Remember this number always. It's been 5,978 days. 5,978 days since the gruesome attack that we saw on 26/11. That is how long it has taken to get the man called Tahawwur Rana. His first pictures already are out and we'll put those pictures also here on our screens. These are those first pictures. You see that man with his back towards the camera. He's the one now in the custody of the NI, that's the National Investigative Agency. But this is the man, 63 to 64 years old. He's finally been dragged back to the country. But the real story begins now. What will he say from here on that possibly could change a lot of things? And that is our focus on the show. As I again say good evening to all of you, and let's put more details of how the story has moved through the day. Remember, it is a bombshell. It is a bombshell on this big war on terror. You have the man called Tahawwur Rana, who is perhaps the fourth most wanted terrorist that India has hunted. But India also wants Dawood Ibrahim. India also wants a Hafiz Saeed, and India definitely wants a Masood Azhar. And this man, as he's landed in the country, and like I said, the first picture is already up on your screens, 5,978 days after the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. But who's this man? Why did we want him? He's a Pakistani origin Canadian citizen, and he's been earlier nabbed in Chicago. The year was 2009. He is the mastermind who's linking Pakistan's ISI, that remember is their deep state, and the Lashkar-e-Toiba to the Mumbai massacre that has killed 160 plus people. He's a trusted ally of the Pakistani generals. He's built a huge terror pipeline that has fueled the entire carnage. So why does India want him? What is it that will happen next? Do remember Rana, the man called Tahawwur Rana, whose pictures that you see on one side of the screens, along with the other most wanted people that India now needs. But Tahawwur Rana, the man, ladies and gentlemen, is a walking revelation. He's a walking, talking proof of Pakistan, its nefarious designs. And yes, what has Pakistan said? No, we have nothing to do with him. He is not our citizen. Plausible deniability is something that Pakistan works for the longest time on. But not any longer, because his testimony now, ladies and gentlemen, could expose Pakistan as a terror-sponsoring state. Not that we don't know this, not that the world does not acknowledge it, but the fact is that for how long can Pakistan continue to deny this? You have the ISI's orders, you have money trails, you have state-backed bloodshed. Everything is going to be laid bare in the next many days to many next weeks, as you will see this interrogation shaping up. From the Chicago sleeper cells to the European networks, he holds the key to smashing the global terror networks. And this isn't just justice. A lot of people say this is justice, but we say this is not justice. It has to be more than that. This is a geopolitical sledgehammer. You have Rana's words, who literally could choke Pakistan. You're wondering how? Because there is an FATF blacklist. You have UN sanctions. You could have a total isolation of Pakistan that could just now begin, and that is why Pakistan already is looking nervous tonight. And like I said, Pakistan says we have nothing to do with this man. But they said the similar thing, the similar response even on Ajmal Kasab. So as Pakistan flounders, you have Balochistan literally breaking, and Pakistan's own leaders are reeling. Could this be its death knell? Could this be the final nail in Pakistan's coffin? Stay tuned as we dissect the interrogation that, ladies and gentlemen, for sure will be reshaping the terror map across the world now. First up, as always, we get you a straight question. So what you must know is that why is getting Tahawwur Rana so very important? What is it that man can tell us? What is it that he can do that holds so much importance? What really will his interrogation reveal? Because there is a lot on the agenda, there is a lot that has been discussed, and there is a reason why Pakistan already is looking so perturbed. Is Rana's extradition, that is our next question, the biggest snub to Pakistan's denial tactics? Don't forget, he's been extradited from the USA, from the United States of America. You've heard that response that came in from Donald Trump saying that he needs to be extradited. We've approved that request, and the Prime Minister literally pushing for it. This brings us to our next straight question. Why is this, ladies and gentlemen, a huge victory for India? You accept this or not, this could not have happened unless and until our agencies, our counterintelligence agencies, the political establishment of the day has been pushing for this for the longest time. And the final straight question, who's going to be next? Is this going to be Dawood Ibrahim and Hafiz Saeed next? We will also, in fact, stay live on the story. I'm told we have our colleague Aishwarya joining us right away. Aishwarya, where about you at this point in time? Where is this man? What happens next?
Well, what we can confirm to our viewers is that all the paperwork has been done at the Palam Technical Airport, and it was a medical test that was being done inside the Palam Technical Airport that took so long for Tahawwur Hussain Rana to take out. Now what we have been told is that he has been taken to the Patiala House Court, and he would be reaching in next 20 minutes at the Patiala House Court, where he will be produced in front of the judge. Now we can confirm to our viewers that after a long wait and a delay that was taking time, it was all those paperwork. The investigative agencies want to tick all the boxes, be it the formal work or being taken the custody, as the NIA clearly mentioned that as soon as Tahawwur Hussain Rana landed on the Indian soil, they arrested him, and then later the formalities needs to be done. The medical test got delayed the entire hours that we were waiting for, and when the test results came and the final medical test report was done, it was the team of the NIA with the NSG and the Delhi Police Security officials have now taken Tahawwur Hussain Rana from the Palam Technical Airport towards the Patiala House Court, where he will be produced in next few minutes, and the NIA would further seek custody of him. So clearly now, it is close to that hour when we will see Tahawwur Hussain Rana at the Patiala House Court and will be produced in front of the judge.
Shwarya, you're bringing to us certain important details, and this is a story that many say has just begun to unravel. There is a reason why Pakistan earlier in the day has put forward a response by saying, listen, he's a Canadian citizen, he has nothing to do with us. Obviously wanting to ambush the real truth, but it's time for that truth to come out, Aishwarya. What are you learning from your sources? Because, we've earlier spoken to the former DG of the NIA who has collected evidence against this man, and he makes it very clear that there is ample evidence. We have electronic evidence, we have emails, we have chats, even with the handlers in Pakistan.
Well, and dossiers after dossiers were filed. There were charge sheet and supplementary charge sheet that was filed. In fact, it was the testimonies of David Coleman Headley that clearly stated that it was Tahawwur Rana who was the main conspirator and someone who was aiding the terrorists. He was the one who also was speaking to the officials sitting back in Pakistan, the mastermind behind the entire attacks, and also the logistical support was given by Tahawwur Hussain Rana to the terrorists as well. He ran an immigration company with the help of his childhood friend David Coleman Headley, and certainly that also led to the entire process of giving the documents or having the the paperwork done for the 12 terrorists that came on the Indian soil. So all of those had been the documentation evidence that already the agencies had. But finally now, when Tahawwur Hussain Rana is in the custody of the Indian agencies, they will have the fresh testimony, and that will be a befitting reply to the Pakistanis who had clearly disassociated themselves with Tahawwur Hussain Rana. We all know for the fact that he has worked for the ISI for a longer period of time, and that's how his sources was. Certainly today it's a big victory for the Indian government, as with the coordinated efforts with the US officials, the NIA, NSG and the top officials from the MHA, MEA had extradited finally Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and he landed at 6 to 7 p.m. at this very airport, at the Palam Technical Airport. And after the entire paperwork process being done and the medical test being done, when the reports came in, it took long, as it was earlier reported that he may be produced at around 8 p.m. or so to the Patiala House Court in front of the judge, but the agencies wanted to finish that very properly, and now with a safe passage. Tahawwur Hussain Rana being taken to Patiala House Court is what
All
we have
right,
been told.
Aishwarya, why don't you stay with us? Because, you know, NDTV is tracking the story from every possible angle. We'll, you know, open this story layer by layer. We'll talk of the Pakistani angle also. And I quickly want to say good evening to both Robert Dawes, who's an expert on intelligence and counter-terrorism, and also the former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, SP Wedsa, for his time and patience on the show. Gentlemen, it's a live developing story, so I want to also keep going back to our team of reporters tracking this. I also have Ghazali, who's just outside the Patiala House Court. Ghazali, if you could just move around, move your cameras, give us a sense of what possibly could happen in the next few minutes. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, certainly. But we have been told, as Aishwarya is reporting, that he has left from near the airport. So I'll just tell you, we are right now, I'll ask my camera person to show you here. This is the kind of deployment of the police here outside the gate number 4 at Patiala House Court. This is, the gate is identified as something like the family court of the Patiala House Court. We have a similar deployment on the opposite side, near the gate 1, the main entrance of the court. And we are being told that generally the hardened criminals or somebody who is facing heinous charges are brought in from that side of the court in a vehicle. But a huge deployment here suggests that perhaps this could be the route through which Tahawwur Hussain Rana with the NIA team will be brought here. The exact time is not known, but the public prosecutor, senior advocate who will be representing NIA, and another advocate from the Delhi Legal Services Authority, he will be representing Tahawwur Rana. They are all inside the court. Nobody is allowed to even get inside the court, leave alone the courtroom. There is huge security there. The police are manning not just this gate, but the other entrance gates of the Patiala House Court as well, waiting for the NIA to reach here as soon as possible.
Okay, so I do see a lot of police bandobast beside, you know, just behind you, and that is but obvious, considering that he today possibly holds the key to what could be putting Pakistan in a deep spot. And, you know, Ghazali and Aishwarya, please stay put with your permission and just alert us in case there is any activity where you are reporting. I quickly want to get in both Robert and also SP Wedsa for their first response to what has happened so far. SP Wedsa, how do you see this story? What is the biggest takeaway that you see here? This is a new India, an India that does not forgive, an India that does not forget. But it is important now, sir, to nail Pakistan.
Well, I think it's the first domino.
Yes,
that
that
has
question
to
is
fall.
for SP Wedsa.
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening. The message is very clear that whoever commits terror incident in India and tries to harm India or Indians, wherever you hide in the world, we will get you. That message today is very, very clear. And I must compliment our Prime Minister, his personal equation with President Trump. You heard President Trump when Prime Minister was in US that this evil man needs to face Indian law and pay for his crimes. So this would not have been possible if Mr. Trump was not the president, number one. Number two, see, a lot of, during the interrogation, a lot of things are going to come out. I personally feel the Mumbai, the scale of this kind of massive attack cannot be executed by the pretext which Pakistan generally takes.
Absolutely.
That non-state actors are operating without our knowledge. This is just a pretext by Pakistan. I'm very, very sure I have seen ISIs working in Jammu and Kashmir for the last 35 years. This scale of attack, where 166 people were massacred and hundreds were injured, cannot be executed without the knowledge.
Absolutely, SP Wedsa, because you know time is of the essence. I want to get Robert into this conversation very quickly. And important that you spoke about Jammu and Kashmir and how you've seen plausible deniability vis-a-vis Pakistan. We also have, you know, a graphic element to tell us more about the Pakistan connection of this man called Tahawwur Rana. As we play that on our screens, Robert, tell me something. How worried should be Pakistan tonight? You know, because there is so much influx that Pakistan itself is dealing with. But this is the evidence. You know, just think of it. Whatever you would hear Tahawwur Rana speaking, those tapes, if they actually, you know, are shown at the UN Security Council, if they are shown at the FATF, Would that not amount to total sanctions, total isolation of Pakistan, something that needs to be done now?
Well, I think this is what you see. Today you saw Pakistan come out and deny him being a Pakistani citizen, which is, kind of ridiculous because most Pakistanis hold dual citizenship, especially if they're Canadian or American. So for them to say, well, he didn't update his documents is kind of a frivolous argument. And I think you can see by President Trump's stance as far as putting Pakistan on kind of the orange warning notice as far as visas, that he is beginning to put pressure on the Pakistan military and try to bring Pakistan into, you could say, more into compliance with being a good actor in the region. And we've seen for years where Pakistan, ISI have been agitators, Afghanistan, India, throughout the Middle East, right, where they constantly are brought up. Also, to kind of give you kind of something that I have done in the past, back in 2015, because you were talking about some of the other actors that have gotten away and haven't been brought to justice yet, but I tracked down and sat in an office with Mohammed Dosa in Dubai in 2015. And nothing ever came of that, right? So he and his sons are still holed up in Dubai.
Okay.
And I think that's a major issue that has to be addressed because these are another level, equivalent to Rana as far as orchestrating and supporting the attack. And like you said, Dawood Ibrahim, the major instigator with the Pakistan ISI, really needs to be brought into justice as well.
Okay. All right. I'm just requesting Robert and SP waits up to please wait. We'll also go back to both Aishwarya and to Ghazali in just a moment, who are live tracking the story right now, because the man, remember, that you see on your screens, this Spark agent who has deep connections with the deep state, that is the ISI, and who's also acting as a front of the LET, that is the Lashkar-e-Toiba, in fact, is going to be at the Patiala House Court very shortly. You see massive police bandobast there. But before that, let me introduce a very special guest on the show very quickly for you, because he is the man, ladies and gentlemen, who's fronted this investigation. It is because of him, YC Modi, that you see on your screens, who's been the former DG of the NIA, the National Investigative Agency, that has collected all evidence against this man. Mr. Modi, sir, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. It's an absolute honor. It's a story developing very fast, but a big day for you today. All the evidences that you collected have ensured that Tahawwur Rana today is in India, and Pakistan already looks like it is on its knees.
It is certainly a big day for the country. It's a big achievement for the country. It's a big achievement for our political bosses. It's a big achievement for NIA. You know that extradition is a very complicated procedure. In extradition, we have to work at two levels. One is at the political level, when our political executive has to have good relations with the host country of that terrorist, because unless there is agreement on that and the government of that country, host country, is ready to give that person to the demanding country, nothing can happen. But along with that, there are so many legal requirements which are supposed to be completed by the investigating agency and other wings of the government. So in this case, first of all, we can say with pride that there was full resolve of the government to bring this person back to India for facing the trial, and this effort of political leadership was fully supported, ably supported by NIA. In this process, effective evidence was collected, and which was given to American prosecution agency, which in turn presented it to the court, because any person who is to be extradited, he has also some rights as per Extradition Act of that country. So this man, Tahawwur Rana, he utilized all the opportunities available under the law And we ensured in the NIA that there is no lacuna, there is no lapse that can hamper this man's extradition to India.
Oh yes, obviously, and that is the reason why we see this man here in India tonight. I'm just thanking you for the moment, Mr. Modi, for your quick perspective and your quick take on this. And let's also quickly deep dive to get you a live reportage on what's happening outside the Patiala House Court, because that is where Tahawwur Rana is headed next. Ghazali continues to stay with us. We'll quickly, in fact, get him on our screens. Ghazali, how much more time before he's there, and how long should the process take? You know, considering that he's a high-value asset, security is of prime concern, and clearly, you know, we could be looking at a lot of things moving very, very fast now.
See, Deepthi, I'll just ask my camera person to show you this road from where the convoy will come, and if the traffic stops here even for a while, then we will be on alert to share that his convoy is just close to the Patiala House Court gate number 4, from where he is very likely to make the entry. Now, once he enters the court, the argument is very simple for the agencies, that they will seek his custody, either a judicial custody or the police custody or the agency's custody. So that may not take a lot of time as per the legal luminaries here who are also covering this event, because nobody is allowed inside the court, leave alone the courtroom. There, huge security even inside the court premises. You will see all these cops here till the end of the entrance gate. My camera person will show you from here, and there is very tight security considering the high value terrorist we have got here, Tahawwur Rana. After almost over a decade, he is getting over here. The legal challenges, more than legal challenges, the basic challenge for the agencies would be to get more details, because he is not going to face trial or even interrogation or investigation for the first time, because he has underwent all that in United States, and that is exactly why he knows the procedure as well. He knows what the Indian agencies are looking for. Time and again, India has established...
I just interrupt you here to tell our viewers that what they see on one side of their screens are images of just a little while earlier that has been captured by our cameras. This is the entire convoy that is headed now to the Patiala House Court, where you will be looking at those proceedings getting underway in the next few minutes. Trust NDTV to keep you ahead on that story with the first pictures, the best analysis, and also to understand why is this moment, ladies and gentlemen, so very important. Why is today the extradition of the man called Tahawwur Rana a game-changer moment for the fight against terror when it comes to India, an India that has a new resolve but also is equally worrying when you think of Pakistan? What could Pakistan be thinking right now when they look at these images is anyone's guess. As you've heard all our guests, whether it is SP, Ved or Robert, apologies, we couldn't really go back to them again for a second comment, only for war of time, considering that this is a live developing story. But I also will thank quickly both Ghazali, Aishwarya, and also Mr. Modi for, all their time and insights into this story, as we'll continue to keep you ahead. But as always, this is also Newsnight's parting shot to help you understand what are the big takeaways on the story tonight. Now, the extradition of Tahawwur Rana, ladies and gentlemen, marks a thunderous geostrategic triumph for Bharat, for this new India, for our agencies, for our counterintelligence, and also for this unrelenting resolve. This is a new India, an India that does not forgive, an India that also will never forget, because 26/11 cannot be forgotten. The lives that we lost cannot be forgotten. And that is why every enemy of our sovereign, national and geopolitical interests will have to face the same fate. Dragged back to justice, no matter where they are, no matter where they hide, no matter how many alibis they continue to make. Dawood Ibrahim, Hafiz Saeed, could you be next? We never know. The clock is ticking, and India's reach, remember, is limitless tonight. That's all for Newsnight. Thank you so much for your time, but this is also a promise. We'll keep you ahead on that big story. Stay vigilant, stay with us. Thank you for watching. Good night.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs, installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Trump's tariff war roller coaster. Will Xi Jinping take the phone call bait? Mohammad Yunus cozies up to Beijing. Bangladesh businesses pay the price. And why are innocent Indians still guilty in Trump's America?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In today's
Rana in NIA custody, going to reach, he has already left the Palam airport. He's now reached Patiala House Court. From what we see on your screens, these are live pictures that we are getting. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, November 26, 2008. This is a date that is etched in blood and tears into the heart of India. Now, the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, it claimed 166 lives. In fact, the mastermind of 26/11, he's back in India, and he's been dragged back on the Indian soil after he was extradited from the United States after a fierce legal battle. In fact, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who has been tracking this story since morning, he joins us on the broadcast. Ghazali, take us through what exactly is happening there. We can see a lot of commotion happening.
Right now you can see the security has yet again been increased after Tahawwur Rana, the entire NIA convoy taking him in. We just recorded it and showed that how the entire convoy went inside now. The special public prosecutor as well as senior advocate who will be representing NIA, they are already in. The special judge for the NIA court, he's also in. Nobody is allowed. And now you see, I think the gates are also closed. My camera person will show that the gates of the court have now closed, which was open all this while waiting for Mr. Tahawwur Rana. Now, the entire focus is now that what will be the demand of the agencies, which looks in simplistic terms, the agencies will certainly look to have his custody for as many days they can ask to the court, or either he will be sent to the judicial custody. The bigger challenge also for the agencies is that Tahawwur Rana has been in US. He was convicted for terror charges, and there he has faced trial on multiple occasions. He has been investigated and interrogated by the agencies. So this is not the first time that he will be facing that trial. Not the first time that he will be interrogated by the security agencies here. Also, during this entire course of Mumbai terror attack, the agencies had gone to US, had also spoken to David Coleman Headley, his childhood, his school buddy, and they both conspired this entire Mumbai terror attack, though the mastermind are still at large. They are still on the soil of Pakistan. But yet it is a big victory for India that the man who was responsible for that entire terror attack, conspiring for it, did recce in multiple Indian cities, and not just Mumbai. He had visited other cities in India also. The terror attacks were planned and supposed to be executed for other cities also. All that information the agencies will certainly try to extract from him. Also about the local intel, also about the logistical support, and all those people who were involved, who supported Tahawwur Rana as well as David Coleman Headley to execute that terror attack. The agencies will try to get all those links because that will also establish his links with Pakistan government and all the entire security apparatus in Pakistan, the army, the ISI. Though India has repeatedly shared evidences that how Pakistan was backing this attack, or how the entire establishment knew beforehand that this attack is going to be executed. But this man, Tahawwur Rana, who has just entered the Patiala House Court for facing the law of the land now, will unravel more details to the agency. So this is a big development that finally, after a wait of more than a decade, around 16 years, that Tahawwur Rana has finally landed in India and he has been brought to face the law of the land.
Right, Ghazali, we understand that the NIA is planning to present specific evidence during this remand hearing right now. How confident are the prosecutors, both Dayan Krishnan and Narendra Maan, in securing that custody right away?
Or the charge sheet prepared by the NIA, there are multiple sections. Our colleague Mukesh shared about it, that how UAPA, sections of UAPA have been invoked. There are other sections of terror charges which have been put against Tahawwur Rana, but there is one section of IPC which generally people don't take it seriously, is the 120B section. 120B is the section of the IPC which sort of accuses the person of creating the entire criminal conspiracy. And Tahawwur Rana is said to be the person who had collaborated with David Coleman Headley. He had given the entire idea of having that immigration firm, a front through which David Coleman Headley will visit India. He will do the recce, he will visit other locations, and even Tahawwur Rana himself came to India. He not just visited Mumbai, but days before the attack he visited Mumbai twice, and then also visited Cochin, Ahmedabad, and other locations in UP as per the NIA dossier. So that is something. There are two key issues which NIA would, or the agencies would certainly like to know from Tahawwur Rana, is who are the local handlers who knew beforehand, who provided all the guidance, support and logistical support to Tahawwur Rana to go around the places to find out and do the recce of the location, as well as who was handling or giving instructions to him from Pakistan. That needs to be established, that how he was connected with the Pak government, how the entire state machinery of Pakistan was involved in this attack. And we also know that at that very time when this attack happened in Mumbai, when this terror attack was executed, at that very time a very high-level delegation of Indian government was in Pakistan to negotiate with Pakistan, to hold dialogue with Pakistan. So every time, and since then, it has been a policy that dialogue and terror can't go together. That's India's foreign policy with Pakistan. And this man's arrest, and now he has been formally arrested by the NIA when he landed here in India and has now been brought to the court. So all eyes are on the court proceedings, that for how many days, if the NIA gets the custody of this person, for how many days will he get the custody, and then formally this entire interrogation as well as the investigation into the case will proceed.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm also joined by Sunil Prabhu, who's at the NIA headquarters. Sunil, the big question at this point is, when is the NIA's high-level interrogation team expected to begin questioning Tahawwur Rana, and will this happen tonight or after his court appearance?
Well, it depends on what the judge decides. So we will wait for the outcome of the special designated NIA court. Usually they give police custody. and how long will that be? 15 days or at least a month. These are things that will be required. His presence in Mumbai also will be required for what are the kind of assistance that he done. They'll try to recreate those entire incidents. So it will take a certain period of time. This is after a long period of time. I mean, let's not forget that it's been 16 long years. The NIA will have to recreate and look at the key aspects in terms of, even though they have done their homework, the multi-agency probe will not want to leave any stone unturned and get to the bottom of it. Who actually financed it? What was his role with David Headley? They have both were together in a military college in a military school in Pakistan. What was the association? Who were the other handlers? Who were the other people that assisted them? What was the role of the deep state, the Pakistan government, the Pakistan army, the Pakistan establishment, the ISI, and that list carries on. So a lot of things will have to be answered in the entire process. We'll have to, of course, continue to hope that not only will they be able to probe and break Mr. Rana, who's a hardened criminal and a terrorist, who has already faced trial in the United States. India at that time had expressed its deep disappointment when he wasn't completely convicted for his role of 26/11, and it's now taken 16 long years for them finally to get him extradited to India.
Sunil, a key factor in securing Tahawwur Rana's extradition, was that India had given assurances to the US authorities regarding his safety, his legal rights, as well as the prison conditions. So everything has been taken into consideration as far as his extradition is concerned.
That's right. That they usually do that for not only for the United States, for anybody who has an extradition treaty. The Indian government assures them in terms of their human right record and all other aspects. In fact, to be very honest, we don't really need to be answerable to the United States, but because it's an extradition process that is required. This is something that happens in India on a regular basis. Of course, one would always argue that our prisons are overcrowded, there are too many under trials, there needs a lot of reforms in terms of what should be done. But that being said, ultimately I think the focus is right now on being able to crack Rana and get to the bottom of who were the key conspirators and whether they will be able to trace those who were responsible for the dastardly attack on India, on Indian soil. The terror attack and the city of Mumbai has never been the same again. India has learnt its lesson. Hopefully, with Mr. Rana's interrogation, they will get more answers on who exactly was behind this entire exercise.
Absolutely. In fact, let me also go across to Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, many of us, in fact, all of us were taken by surprise. We had seen that there was movement at the Palam airport in the evening. Everyone thought that this is Rana's convoy. Then the NIA released a press release saying that Rana has been arrested from the IGI airport. Was this all a security ploy?
Tick every box, and they do not want to leave any stone unturned as far as the entire process of extradition is concerned, and that's where the reason the agencies had several options behind them. They could have produced Tahawwur Hussain Rana via video conferencing. They could have taken him directly to NIA headquarters. But the fact of the matter is that when he landed at the IGI International Airport and he was then arrested first by the NIA, and a former police came out with a picture of Tahawwur Rana with the NIA and the National Security Guards. Apart from it, it was also, on the other hand, we have been told that it was, the key officials of
Tahawwur Hussain Rana from that very end to Patiala House Court, and the medical tests were done, the paperwork were done at the airport itself. So all those things were done, and finally he has now been produced before the Patiala House Court.
With the audio of Aishwarya Jain there, let me go across to Mohammad Ghazali. Ghazali, you know, there are the big question at this point is how significant a role you know, did diplomatic efforts between India and the United States play in securing Tahawwur Rana? Because that is the big question at this point.
Diplomacy, and also kind of shows that in normal issues, or you say diplomatic issues always move very slowly, it appears so, but if you hear the statement of senior ministers, not just from this government but previous UPA government as well, that this is a slow moving process and it constantly needs to be pushed so that the wheels of justice keep moving, and that's exactly what Tahawwur Rana's extradition has shown, because he also exhausted all his legal options. Every time he tried to curtail or sort of tried to get a stay on his extradition, and US Supreme Court, he appealed till the US Supreme Court, and all his applications to get a stay on his extradition were rejected. So kind of shows that what influence and what kind of relations India and US enjoy in terms of diplomacy. The President of United States had promised, he had said it on record when the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, met him in Feb, that how Tahawwur Rana, one of the key accused of Mumbai terror attack, will be sent to India, will be extradited to India. And that has formally happened after almost 2 months after his visit to US. So that is a big win for diplomacy for India. Also a big lesson for all these anti-national elements who commit the crime here, whether they are involved or charged with terror charges, or those who have been booked under terror charges, but they have escaped to US, UK and other Western countries, that even law will catch them as well. That this entire episode of Tahawwur Rana's extradition is a big kind of lesson for all those who consider that after leaving India, they are in safe havens in other countries. So India has been trying to extradite other key accused in other terror cases, but Tahawwur Rana's extradition, not because he is a terror accused, but also he is not an Indian national. He is a foreign national. He is a Pakistani-born Canadian. So getting him extradited was certainly a big challenge. And Indian diplomacy has proved that going after the man for years after the attack, and finally he has been brought here. Now, the other question, Osama, was about the security, that why this multi-layered security since he landed from Palam till to Patiala House Court, is also because he's a US national, a Canadian national, as Sunil was pointing out. And also it serves as a reminder, because if you remember, his previous petition in the US court had said that he is a Muslim by identity and it's a threat to his life. He is brought to India because he will be tortured and all. So any kind of danger or risk to his life will certainly bolster that kind of argument which he has placed in the courts. So to thwart all those attempts, that even after the trial begins and if any untoward incident happens, God forbid, all those arguments and his logics which he had applied in the US court will only be sort of emboldened there as well as globally. So his security was paramount, his security was a big concern as well as priority for agencies. They want to extract all the information, they want to know the sequence of events, that how that all led to the Mumbai terror attack, and also his forward linkages with all the agencies in Pakistan and who all were involved from Pakistan as well as from India. So that overall it's a major development. Now we all are waiting that what will happen inside the court and for how many days, if so happens that NIA will get the custody of Tahawwur Rana.
And Ghazali, you know, the Pakistan's Foreign Office, it issued a statement while Tahawwur Rana, just hours before Tahawwur Rana's arrival in Delhi. You know, Pakistan says that Tahawwur Rana is a Canadian national. He's not a Pakistani national, although, you know, Pakistan can't really distance themselves away from Tahawwur Rana and the entire episode, the 26/11 attacks that happened.
See, Pakistan has done it even during the Kargil war. We know that during 99 war, they never admitted it. But I remember last year only we reported that how their army chief was in a public gathering, in a public address, he admitted that we launched the Kargil war, we lost as many men. So I'm hopeful that even after what happens with Tahawwur Rana, he will be given a fair trial. A lawyer from Delhi Legal Services Authority has been appointed to represent him in this case. Perhaps years later, years down the line, Pakistan will admit that he is a Pakistani citizen or he is a Pakistani-born Canadian citizen, but he was being sort of instructed, he was in touch with the authorities there, and that is why this ghastly terror attack was carried out or was executed. So Pakistan continues to deny everything. India has shared all the evidences, and on multiple occasions at global forum, even in United Nations, on many occasions, India has cornered Pakistan, highlighting that how it has constantly pushed terror into Indian territory or on the Indian soil by sending armed men. State and non-state actors have been involved in executing terror crimes in India who have all the backing of Pakistan. So when it comes to Tahawwur Rana, without any delay, even when he had not landed in India, the Pakistan's Foreign Office issued a statement saying that we have nothing to do. They distanced themselves from Rana, citing his citizenship issue, that he has not renewed his documents in the last 2 decades.
Right. Let me also go across to Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, what is the next step in the legal process as outlined by the NIA following the court appearance, and how soon can we expect further development in this particular case?
Well, there are several sections of the UAPA that has been invoked by the NIA while they made the arrest of Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and we have been told that under the UAPA maximum 30 days of custody could be granted, but NIA could seek at least 14 to 15 days of custody is what the sources are telling to NDTV, and certainly it would be after the accused that would be produced before the court. If the NIA gets the custody, then certainly he would be further interrogated. There would be confrontations that could also take place at the NIA headquarters. If the judicial custody is being sought, then he could also send to a high prison at Tihar as well. Many options over there, but it all depends on how the court proceedings goes on from here on at the Patiala House Court, which is currently underway.
All right, Aishwarya Jain and Mohammad Ghazali, stay with us. We'll slip into a very short break and we'll continue to cover this very important story.
The Uttar Pradesh government has set another milestone with Shakti Rasoi, a scheme designed to empower women while providing affordable, nutritious meals to the needy. Launched in 15 districts with 25 kitchens, the initiative has seen tremendous success.
शक्ति रसोई में वो महिलाएं काम कर रही हैं कि अगर वो एजुकेटेड नहीं भी हैं तो भी एक छत के नीचे उनको सिर्फ इस तरह की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है कि आप लोगों को अच्छे से खाना खिलाइए।
जब से ये शक्ति रसोई खुली है तब से दीदी ने मुझे काम दिया है।
By all of these auditors.
Is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
News is not just headlines. It is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
All right, we are tracking the big story on NDTV. The latest updates here only on this channel. The NIA has formally arrested 26/11 Mumbai terror attack conspirator Tahawwur Hussain Rana. He was arrested from the IGI airport in New Delhi. He was then produced. He is now being produced in the Patiala House Court. My colleagues Mohammad Ghazali as well as Aishwarya Jain, they have been tracking this story throughout the day. Let me go across to Aishwarya first. Aishwarya, take us through the latest as far as what lies ahead for Tahawwur Hussain Rana.
Well, we have been told currently the proceedings are underway, and that's at the Patiala House Court in a closed room. And our senior colleague had been reporting on the court proceedings. It is, of course, the counsel representing from the Legal Service Authority of the Delhi cell that would be representing Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and certainly an NIA counsel that had already been appointed. Both are inside the proceedings at the Patiala House Court, and it is the judge which has been given now all the information about this case and the medical that was done at the Palam Technical Airport over here of Tahawwur Hussain Rana, after which he landed on Indian soil. That report is also being presented in front of the judge, and all those paperwork that the NIA team had done so far, that is all the part of the case, is also being now presented before the judge at the Patiala House Court. From here on, of course, as I mentioned, that there could be a demand from the NIA side that they could be demanding a custody of at least 15 to 20 days, maximum of 30 days could be given under the UAPA, as the sections of the UAPA had been invoked against Tahawwur Hussain Rana, and it would be after that custody he could be taken directly to the NIA headquarters, and he could spend the first night on the Indian soil at the special cell which is at the NIA headquarters over there. And from here on, as our colleagues were mentioning, there would be several rounds of confrontation. There could be again scenes that could be recreated after 16 years of the Mumbai 26/11 attacks. Testimonies could be recorded as well, and the links between Tahawwur Hussain Rana with Pakistan could be a befitting reply to Pakistan, who has disassociated themselves with Mr. Rana.
Absolutely, Aishwarya, and the NIA has moved quickly, very swiftly, and this rapid pace, it does reflect the confidence in their particular case and the sort of external pressures that they have as an agency. Time for a very, very quick break. We'll be back with more.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered. where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Trump's tariff war roller coaster. Will Xi Jinping take the phone call bait? Mohammad Yunus cozies up to Beijing. Bangladesh businesses pay the price. And why are innocent Indians still guilty in Trump's America?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
By all of these auditors.
The 2611 plotter Tahawwur Hussain Rana, he's brought back to India. Tahawwur Rana produced before the Patiala House Court. This is the first visual of Rana in NIA custody. The NIA has arrested Rana on Indian soil. The 2611 survivors await closure. Survivors recall the Mumbai's night of nightmare. The survivors also push for stringent penalty for Tahawwur Rana. NDTV spoke to the policeman who captured Kasab. He said that Kasab initially pretended to surrender. The Mumbai hero pays homage to slain colleague. A shocker of a story from Coimbatore private school. A schoolgirl there was ostracized for being on periods. The girl was made to write her exam outside the class. The Tamil Nadu minister in the meanwhile says that there is zero tolerance to oppression. Water is set to cost more in Bengaluru. The government says that this hike is unavoidable and has been done after 11 years. It is the season of price hikes in Karnataka. November 26, 2008, a date etched in blood and tears into the heart of India. The 2611 Mumbai terror attacks, it claimed 166 lives. It shattered families and left a nation in mourning. For over 16 years, justice seemed a distant dream as one of the masterminds, Tahawwur Hussain Rana, he slipped through the cracks until now. Tonight, we bring you a story of relentless pursuit, of a wound that never healed, and of a victory that echoes with the cries of those we lost. Tahawwur Hussain Rana, he has been dragged back to Indian soil. He has extradited from the United States after a fierce legal battle. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a headline, it's a moment of reckoning. In fact, I'm currently joined by my colleagues Sunil Prabhu and Mohammad Ghazali. Let me go across to Sunil Prabhu first. Sunil, as far as the outcomes and expectations are concerned with respect to this particular case, how will his extradition, his arrest, him being produced in the court set the tone for the broader trial of related to the 2611 case?
Well, I think firstly, as you rightly pointed out, there will be a semblance of justice that will be played out in that sense that the judge will hear Rana and whatever he has to say through his lawyer, who has been appointed by the court, Mr. Piyush Sachdeva, who will be representing him. There's Narendra Maan on behalf of the NIA, as well as, of course, a senior advocate who they've employed, Mr. Dayanand Krishnan. So there will be a full legal team as we speak. The legal arguments are underway. And once, of course, this entire procedure is followed, the judge, on the basis of what the special prosecutor public prosecutor has put forth, will take a call on whether that custody is required or not. In all likelihood, it will be given. It depends on how much the NIA has asked for. Is it 15 days or 30 days, or initially just 15 days? And then, of course, the other side, Rana's lawyer, will have an opportunity to oppose it. Ultimately, the judge will take that call. We're expecting that to happen in the next few minutes. And then, of course, the decision of whether he will be here at the NIA headquarters or go to TR jail or go to a safe location. So all those three options will have to be looked at. And once that's finalized, all the officers concerned are able to take that much required rest, because there was a special team which had gone all the way to Los Angeles to bring him to India. Will they start that entire process of interrogation and hopefully be able to crack him and get those many unanswered replies from him about the role of the deep state, of the Pakistan Army, of Pakistan government, of various other players on this horrific and terrible dastardly attack on India and especially the city of Mumbai, for which India has never been the same again.
Absolutely. Let me also get across to Mohammad Ghazali, who has been tracking this story for a very, very long time. Ghazali, there has been a lot of scrutiny as far as this particular case is concerned. There has been a lot of international scrutiny as well. Hence, how crucial and how important is it for the NIA to ensure that the court appearance adheres to the legal standards?
See, a basic trial or a fair trial is a basic right of any accused, and that is exactly what we gave to Ajmal Kasab as well, who was arrested after that Mumbai 2611 attack. And even back then, there were murmurs, there were queries whether he will be given a special treatment or whether he will not be given fair trial, because this is not just a domestic issue for the country now. It is an international issue because it was a terror attack. The accused is an international citizen, he is not an Indian citizen. So all eyes on will be the trial as well, that how swiftly justice is delivered, one, and second, that whether he will be allowed to have a proper legal representation. So the first step in this entire process has been achieved. The trial is on and he is being represented by a professional advocate. So in that sense, this is much bigger, because had any unfortunate incident happened, we saw the kind of security which has been provided to the entire convoy since it landed at the Palam airport, that how he was escorted, all the tests, medical tests and other relevant document related processes took much of the time, but largely the focus was that he should be safely brought to the court. And once the trial is over, once this proceeding, today's opening proceedings are over, he will be safely taken out of the court and either to Tihar or either to NIA's custody as and when the order is pronounced here. So, but the onus is on the state now to ensure that he is given proper legal representation as well as proper security, because it is not just the case that we have got a terrorist alive or we have got it extradited from US after very long, but he also happens to be the only link we have right now through which the agencies and the state can establish link between the Mumbai terror attack and Pakistan. We have been cornering Pakistan, its nefarious designs to push terror into our soil, and this man inside the Patiala House Court, now facing the law of the land, is a very key link between the terror attack and the involvement of Pakistan. So justice has not yet been served for those who were at the receiving end of that terror attack, but the wheels of justice have started moving. Tahawwur Rana, after 16 years of that terror attack, is facing the law. He will be confronted, as Ashwarya was pointing out, through multiple agencies will interrogate him, not just the NIA or not just the Mumbai police, but other agencies who have been tracking this case for years now. And there are other agencies who will also try to look for Pakistan's involvement. Also, there is one key element that Tahawwur Rana was not somebody like Ajmal Kasab, a semi-literate person who was based in Pakistan, but he's somebody who is a professional doctor. He's somebody who has served in Pakistan Army. He's somebody who was part of the Pakistan's diaspora in Canada. This also gives an exposure that how ISI or the Pakistan's intel agencies who push terror into India through non-state actors not just hire semi-literate people or people from humble background, but they also have their eyes on influential people. They also have their eyes, or they hire people from the diaspora. So his involvement and his presence in the custody of NIA will also help India to track all those anti-social elements we see protesting against the state of India when any of our dignitaries visit those foreign lands. So his arrest, his interrogation, the investigation in this entire case will not just focus on 26/11 attack, but it will also sort of expose or bring out details of other terror-related cases, people who have been involved or who keep pushing this agenda against India.
Absolutely, and it doesn't really come as a surprise, Ghazali, that Pakistan has distanced itself from this particular, individual, despite him being a Pakistani, a person of a Pakistani origin. Meanwhile, when you speak about the trial, how will it differ from his trial from the United States? Give us an understanding of that, because in US. He had a trial where the US, just give us a sense of how is it going to be different from the trial that was conducted in US and here in India now.
See, here he had his direct involvement in the terror attack of the Mumbai terror attack. And the focus of Indian agencies is to ensure that such attacks are not repeated in future. So the focus of this investigation by the agencies will be more, because the incident has happened. It's been more than 16 years. And I remember the first charge sheet, his name was included in the charge sheet in 2011, 3 years after the attack, when his name was revealed by David Coleman Headley. So in US, in US, the issue was that David Coleman Headley was a US citizen. And US authorities had only informed Indian authorities about the involvement of David Coleman Headley as well as his connection with Tahawwur Rana, and that is when his name was added in the charge sheet. So right now the focus of investigation in this particular case will be very different from how the US dealt with this man, because if I remember correctly, the Indian agencies approached the US authorities years ago during the course of investigation. They got their hands on David Coleman Headley. His interrogation was done, but when it came to Tahawwur Rana, access was not given to the Indian agencies. So the focus now will be on to unravel all the links, logistical support, people in Pakistan who kept instructing him, who kept guiding him, and also the existing links within India and abroad, in diaspora as well. So these are the 4 key issues perhaps which will be the focus of investigation. And then there are other intel agencies, there is military intelligence, there is NIA is there, and other anti-terror agencies are there who have been tracking the Mumbai terror attack. So those all those agencies will be interrogating him. They will also try to establish the identities of all those who came during that terror attack, all those terrorists who had come from Pakistan, and also that how did they land from Pakistan into Mumbai, that entire route, though it has been established that how they got through Porbandar and that's through sea route they landed in Mumbai, but there are still more details which will be confirmed by Tahawwur Rana once he is interrogated, because he is supposed to be the key co-conspirator. The mastermind is Hafiz Saeed, who is there. There are other terror organizations and their chiefs who are sitting in Pakistan. They're hiding in Pakistan, those who were sort of coordinating the entire attack. But this man and David Coleman Headley, his childhood, is a school friend, were the ones who formally took the trip to India. They visited here, they visited other cities, he visited other cities as well. So all those links are very critical to ensure that such attack is not repeated. We don't face any, unfortunately, we should not face any such attack in future as well. So all these details will be corroborated by the agencies, and the focus will certainly be to establish the involvement of Pakistan, its army, its state apparatus, that how did Pakistan coordinate with somebody who had served in Pakistan army and had moved to Canada and settled there, and yet he was brought in. He was, through whatever means, he was sort of inspired to get into this activity, to execute it. So all the Pakistan link will be the focus, but also who were the homegrown people, who were our insiders who helped him to get through into Mumbai and carry out that attack and just escape before the attack happened.
Let me also go across to Sunil Prabhu. Sunil Prabhu, give us a sense of, are there any sort of legal hurdles as far as this particular case is concerned? Will Rana's defense possibly argue a double jeopardy in this particular case, because they might cite the acquittal in the US for some of the charges there?
Well, they will definitely try every trick on the trade. Mr. Rana has done that in the United States. Don't expect him not to do it in India. But that being said, I think the NIA has taken legal consultation to ensure that all those aspects of double jeopardy and others are taken care of, because these are fresh charges. These are this is a criminal conspiracy and against the state, as well as creating enmity, and it's in that backdrop that they will really take this thing forward. So it's a lot of measures that have to be taken. Firstly, they will have to file that charge sheet. He's been named, he's been arrested under these charges. Now the charge sheet will have to be filed after a full investigation and interrogation takes place. And as I said, they ensure those missing pieces in the puzzle are put together to be able to understand who the masterminds were from the Pakistan establishment, be it the Pak Army, the ISI, the Pak government, or who exactly were these players, because at that time the then Pakistan president said these were non-state actors. What does it mean by non-state actors? Who are these non-state actors? Does it mean that it's the Pakistan Army or the ISI or somebody else? Because after all, we know David Headley as well as Rana were close associates in a military school and had good linkages with the ISI.
All right, Sunil Prabhu and Mohammad Ghazali, stay with us. We'll slip into a very short break. We'll keep tracking this story after the break.
Hello, Moto.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories
Well, the NIA has produced the 26/11 Mumbai attack conspirator, the accused, Tahawwur Hussain Rana, before the special NIA court at the Patiala House Courts. In fact, the arguments on his custody proceedings are currently underway. Tahawwur Rana, he has also been provided legal aid counsel by the court. That hearing is currently taking place at the moment behind closed doors. And let me go back to Mohammad Ghazali. Ghazali, for the better understanding of our viewers, give us a sense of what does the NIA aim to achieve in Rana's first court appearance, and how will it steer his 26/11 Mumbai attacks trial? Or we'll try and get Mohammad Ghazali back online. The Mumbai terror attack case accused Tahawwur Hussain Rana. He has been successfully brought back to India from the United States. He has landed, he in fact landed at the Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport at around 6:30 p.m. He is now being produced in the Patiala House Court. One of the key accused in the 26/11 attacks, Tahawwur Rana, he departed from US on a special flight on Wednesday. This after his last-ditch attempt to evade extradition failed. The 64-year-old, he was brought back by a team of the NIA and the RAW team members. Remember, on the 26th of November 2008, a group of 10 Pakistani terrorists, they went on a rampage, carrying out a coordinated attack on a railway station, 2 of the hotels, a Jewish center, after they sneaked into India's financial capital using the sea route in the Arabian Sea. As many as 166 people were killed in the nearly 60-hour assault. Rana, remember, is a close associate of one of the main conspirators of this attack, David Coleman Headley. He's who's a US citizen. Now, the latest as far as Tahawwur Rana's extradition is concerned, he is in India, he's back in India, he's been extradited to India. He arrived at the Indira Gandhi International Airport. From there, after all the paperwork, after all the medical checkups, Tahawwur Rana, he has been brought and produced in the court. Let me go across to Mohammad Ghazali to get us more on the latest. Ghazali, just to reiterate and for our viewers, what does the NIA aim to achieve as far as this first court appearance is concerned? And all right, Ghazali, if you can hear me, just for our viewers, what does the NIA aim to achieve in this first court appearance, Tahawwur Rana's first court appearance, and how will it steer his Mumbai attacks trial?
See, before we proceed and I respond to your question, I'll just clarify and update that back in the courtroom right now, the judge has been apprised by the special public prosecutor and senior advocate who are representing NIA that what all processes have been done before bringing Tahawwur Rana to the court. The documents have been shared with the judge. He had gone through the medical reports and medical tests which have been done, and other extradition documents and all those documents which are part of his extradition and until the time he was brought inside the court. So the proceedings are still on. We are also being told that in terror cases and cases of where the accused is booked under terror charges, NIA usually demands the custody of around 2 weeks, 14 to 15 days. So something which NIA will try in this particular case as well for Tahawwur Rana. They will try to, they will ask or request for his custody for at least 14 to 15 days, and it's up to the honorable judge to grant that. So that is what is happening inside the court. Now coming to what NIA is looking for or what they want to achieve through this entire trial, because as I pointed out that there are 2-3 main issues or areas of focus which will be which the NIA will try to achieve, or that purpose will be served once this man Tahawwur Rana is interrogated, the links with Pakistan, and also the other important part of this entire conspiracy is that Tahawwur Rana is also was engaged or was sort of in contact with the army people in the Pakistani army as well. So those links and those contacts, that kind of information is very critical when it comes to national security. The kind of people who have been instructing Tahawwur Rana, those who helped him plan, those who helped him execute it, and also that what were the other targets, how these targets were logged. The Defense College and other cities in Delhi, as well as other targets in other cities were also in the pipeline for their plans, but fortunately that could not be executed. So these details are very critical in terms of averting any such terror attack for future, also to identify the non-state actors, the loopholes through which these terrorists managed to enter into our territory and perpetrate that kind of attack, killing more than 160 people, that too in the financial capital of Mumbai. So these are certain information which will come from Tahawwur Rana, which will serve to sort of improvise our national security as much as we can. So this is the kind of information, and he's a big asset because he's the one who was in touch with all the agencies in Pakistan. He's the one who was actually sort of making a front for David Coleman Headley to come visit and do the recce. So how many such people Pakistani army employs or sort of engages in carrying out terror attacks, not just in India but also on any foreign land, that is something which India will be very much interested, the agencies will be very much interested to study the pattern, that how come somebody who is so educated, who has served in the army, was a professional doctor, ended up at this stage of his life to go and carry out or execute and plan such kind of attack. Meanwhile, we'll keep showing you here that I'll ask my camera person to just show that what is happening here. The traffic is moving as usual outside the Patiala House Court, to say so that there has been no barricading on this road. You can see the heavy deployment of police. Everybody is waiting with bated breath that what is happening inside the courtroom, whether for how many days the custody will be granted, what are the kind of arguments the NIA has been placing in front of the judge, because NIA is, what we are being told is that the judge is being apprised about the entire sequence of the events of the attack and all the details of his involvement and the charges, that under what charges he has been booked. So this is what is happening inside the court. The door, main gate of the Patiala House Court, gate number 4 near the family court, is still locked. Heavy deployment of police here. If you see, since evening for the last 5-6 hours, the security has only been increasing here, and we are all waiting here that by what time we'll get a confirmation that the proceeding is over and Rana will be brought out of the court, and we'll get to know that for how many days NIA has got the custody. But you know, Sama, the bigger question is not just that what the agencies will achieve from this trial or what kind of information they will gather, but it also kind of give us a moral victory. One, for our diplomacy, that it persistently pursued this man, and the Prime Minister himself was there in US in Feb to meet the President Donald Trump and got a confirmation from him that Rana will be extradited. So something, a diplomatic victory as well. Second, it also kind of shows that our foreign policy is such that if it doesn't yield results, it doesn't have immediate results, but in the long run, certainly this is how it works.
All right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Stay with us. We'll keep tracking this story. We'll take a very short break.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere